All right, good evening, everyone. It's 5:30. Do I have all of the commissioners here this evening? Suzanne, Dee Dee, I have you. Any other commissioners on the line? All right, looks like Sarah's joining now.
Good evening, this is Sarah Wingert.
Hi, Sarah. So we now have a quorum. Sarah, we have you on the line. We have Suzanne, and then our newest member, Dee Dee Rudolph. So I'm going to leave it up to the commissioners on how they'd like to start the meeting this evening. We have to, the commission has to vote a new chair. And so the question is, does well, Andy, why don't you take it?
Sure. First, I think we may want to wait for some other board members because we only have a quorum of 3 right now and we require 3 votes to appoint somebody. If one of the 3 members present was nominated, they would have to vote for themselves, which isn't the most opportune situation. So I think we may want to wait for some other board members.
Okay, we will, we'll just have to wait here then.
Hi, it's Barbara Higbee joining the. Sorry to be late.
All right, commissioners, we've got four. We're just missing Anthony at this point. Are you guys going to be comfortable filling the vacant chairperson role, or should we wait a little bit longer for Anthony here?
Is there, this is Barb, is there a name on the table for the chairman?
No, it hasn't been discussed yet.
Okay.
Can we discuss it now?
Yeah.
Suzanne, this is Andy. This was scheduled for an executive session. Executive session is utilized when you want to discuss the resume or background or employment history of various candidates. So if you wanted to have a discussion about particular people and their qualifications, I would suggest we go into executive session. If you just wanted to have a more general discussion where you're not talking about the very specifics of someone's resume, then it's appropriate in open session.
Well, perhaps we should go into executive then.
Okay, so the method to do that in normal circumstances is there would be a motion to enter executive session by one of the members to discuss the employment history of a particular person. You don't say the name, you just say a particular person. And then that's seconded and voted on, and then we go into executive session where it's just the board and Aaron and me. I don't know how to accomplish that on Zoom. I'm hoping Aaron and Steve on their end have the ability to do that, where everybody else would be, I guess, put into the waiting room while we can have a Zoom executive session and then bring everybody back in.
Okay, so that's what I'm going to attempt to do at this point is is put everyone into the waiting room again here until we exit. But do we have a motion for that, right?
Yes, I make a motion that we go into executive session.
And
we have a
this is Barb, I'll second it. And I'd
Okay.
like us to do it very quickly.
So then I'm going to ask because of Zoom, it's hard to do all in favor. So Suzanne,
Yes,
Dee Dee,
Edie, yes.
Sarah,
This is Sarah, yes.
and Barb.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to start. I think I have to do this one by one. People back into the lobby here, so bear with me.
Residents, and the first floor consists of two separate units, one of which was an extension of the office, and the other, which is at the very corner of Adams and 2nd Street, that was kind of like a garage, and that's going to become a residential unit as well. So we'd have a 3-bedroom upstairs and two 1-bedrooms downstairs. There's no, there are no additions to the building. We would demolish the existing deck and rebuild something similar in kind.
Thank you, Adam. While the commissioners assess the proposal and prepare their questions for Adam, are there any members of the public who would like to question or comment on this proposal? Okay, we are not seeing anyone raising their hand or unmuting themselves to ask questions. So, fellow commissioners, do any of you have questions about this proposal?
I've got a question. Adam, are you planning on restoring the historical facade on the ground floors?
Right now, we were planning on restoring. I think there were two windows that were bricked up, and I think those are slated to become openings once again. We are not, as far as I know, we are not in the historic district, so historic windows and things like that, I'm not sure that we are really limited for anything there. But yes, the plan was to reopen the previously bricked up openings.
But you're going to keep the Home Depot doors.
Well, I think those are going to go away. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the nature of the front doors that are slated to be purchased are, but I don't believe that the Home Depot doors are the intention of the owner.
Okay, thanks.
This is Sarah Wengert. I have a simple question. Is the only access point to that 3-bedroom apartment on the second story?
Nope. If you are looking at the building from the 2nd Street side, call it the front of the building,
Yes.
the door on the right-hand side, as soon as you open that, there's a staircase that goes up. So we would have kind of a vestibule inside.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from commissioners? This will be an apartment building for 3 units. Garbage will be collected as with a low volume apartment building. I think this is an R2. And so garbage would be collected off of Adams Street. Is that correct?
I believe so. We're currently showing trash staging, via kind of like an access gate on Adams Street there. So yes.
And you are relying on off-street parking completely, is that true?
No, I believe we have a zoning commission meeting for later this month to address the parking deficiencies.
So Andy, given what Adam just shared with us, that there are parking deficiencies, can the planning board act?
Yes, the planning board would have the ability to act on the site plan, so long as they included a condition that any variances necessary would be obtained by from the zoning board of appeals. That way, they're not jumping back and forth between boards. They've been through this board, but this board is conditioned upon them obtaining any variances that they require. If they do not get those variances for whatever reason, they would have to come back to you with a new plan that shows parking.
Okay, thank you very much for that clarification.
So what variance would you need? How much parking are you proposing that you need now that you don't have? What's your deficiency?
I believe it's like 1 per unit, so 3 spots. And there's, yeah, 3 spots is what we would be required to provide, and we are currently providing 0.
This is Aaron here. I think it's 2 per unit is the required parking for residential.
I think it might be something different because of the zone we're in, but whatever it is, whatever the number is, we have 0. So I think I can actually pull it up while you discuss whatever else you'd like. So I've got here in the R4 district that rehabilitation requires 1 space per existing unit. New construction requires 2 spaces. So I would interpret this to be 3 existing units, thus requiring 3 spaces.
Okay, fair enough. So we will note that contingency. Commissioners, do you have any other contingencies that you would like to attach to any motion made this evening on this proposal? Regarding any improvements of the exterior of the building, for example. Adam, I do not see noted in the photograph page of the proposal that the entry doors will be replaced.
Okay.
Suzanne, would you like to add any language to the to a motion regarding that?
No, I mean, since they're not going to really change the windows or the doors, as long as it's a better door than that, that's the best I can get, I guess. What's going on with the siding on the side?
I believe it would be repaired as necessary.
Adam, is
Okay.
it fair to assume that that was a former brick party wall between residential buildings?
Likely, there's actually, I'm not sure if you can see it. So if you were to look at photo 4, you can kind of see like a wider fascia board towards the right-hand side at the top of the building. So that from that fascia board down is the covered deck, and below the deck is actually kind of like a, I don't know, lawnmower storage shed kind of thing, and that would also come off. So the amount of the vinyl siding is going to be decreased by about 1/4, and would be repaired as required. I don't know the condition of the brick underneath it, so it's difficult for me to say that it can be removed without knowing more information.
So in photo 3, the siding underneath the stairs, all of that is the garage part that's going away?
Yes, I wouldn't call it the garage because we've called one of the units is kind of a garage right now, but it's kind of like a weird storage enclosed area under the deck, and that would be going, as well as the deck, and then the deck would be rebuilt without any enclosed storage beneath it.
Okay, so I'm assuming there's windows on the ground floor that are just covered up.
Yes,
I know the deck is, they're back further, but there are windows there, correct?
Yeah, there's there's one doorway, one window, and then kind of an unknown former opening. I'm not sure if it was some sort of coal chute or what it was, but there's kind of three openings back there that we'd be looking to take advantage of the existing lintels.
Okay, thanks.
So what I am deducing from Suzanne, this is Sarah, from Suzanne's questioning is that there will be 2 units, each on the first floor that if no notable improvements are made to the building exterior would have 2 windows each. One would have 3 windows, I believe. And
Sorry, go ahead.
no, please refute that or agree or.
So it's a little difficult to see because of the existing arborvitae at the front of the building, but there's multiple windows on the front, and essentially each unit gets half of the bottom floor. And additionally, the unit on the Adams Street side, there's currently like an 8-foot by 8-foot overhead door at the rear of the building. That would be replaced with like a glazing system. So, could be some sort of French doors or some sort of patio door infill there. So that unit would have an 8x8 glazed opening at the rear, as well as a number of windows at the front. The unit on the opposite side would have the 3 units at the front, the 3 windows at the front, as well as at least 1 window and 1 glazed door at the back. And the units are kind of hybrid 1-bedroom studio kind of things. So it's not like, the windows are not dedicated to bedrooms per se. The sleeping area is kind of a nebulous thing right now.
Okay, understood. Thank you. Commissioners, any other questions or comments?
Sarah, it's Andy. I would just add that this is a type 2 action under seeker, so no type of seeker action is required by the board. You can go straight to a vote.
That was slightly muddled. Did you, shall we proceed in voting on seeker?
This is a type 2 action under seeker, so no further action by this board is required. You can go straight to a vote on the merits of the application.
Thank you. I'm glad I asked. Okay. All right. At this point, do we have a motion from any of the commissioners to act on this proposal?
I move that we approve the proposal for 220-222 Second Street.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second.
I heard Dee Dee as a second, Aaron.
Yes, I will call the roll.
Before you do, Aaron, can I just confirm Suzanne's motion is conditioned upon obtaining all necessary variances from the Zoning Board of Appeals?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Do I have to repeat that?
Nope, we just got it in.
Okay.
Okay, and just to clarify then, Dee Dee, your second is for that motion with that same condition?
Correct.
Okay. I'll call the roll. Barbara?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
Anthony?
Yes.
Suzanne?
Yes.
Dee Dee?
Yes.
Okay, motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay, the next item on our agenda for this evening is PLPC 2020-11. We have a site plan review for a project at Fifth Avenue and Federal Street, known as King's Landing 2. BDC Holdings is the proposer, and they are proposing to demolish 3 existing structures and construct a new 5-story building with 62 residential units and 2 levels of parking, which will offer 68 spaces. Do we have a representative of BDC Holdings or a delegate to describe this project to us?
Good evening, everyone. This is Cosmo Marfione. I'm President and Managing Partner of BDC Group. Today with me, I have Tom Keeney, Partner and Director of Development. And we also have our design architect, George Olson from Olson and Associates, and Nick Costa, our civil engineer from Advanced Engineering and Surveying. Tonight, I'll discuss very briefly just a quick synopsis of the project and the history thus far, and then Nick will describe the site and utility layout and some of the circulation of traffic, and then George will go on and talk about the architecture, some inspiration, and some of the materials that we selected for the exterior of the building. So the project is a proposed 5-story apartment building, mixed-use apartment building with a maximum of 62 apartments, 2 stories of parking. The first story of parking will be directly behind the retail area. We're also proposing a 2,100 square foot retail area facing Federal Street, and with an entrance at the corner of Federal and the main entrance on the corner of Federal and Fifth Ave. Parking will be provided behind the entrance and the retail. And due to grade differential between Fifth Avenue and Laundry Place, we were able to access parking below grade on Fifth Ave, but access it through grade at Laundry Place. So we're fortunate enough that we could be able to program two levels of parking and work with the existing grade. We've, even though this is the first time we formally have introduced the project to the board, we've been working since last year on some of the designs. We've actually also met with the community rather late 2019, and a few times January and February of 2020, and then formally submitted to the board and the Planning Commission in early March of 2013. But obviously due to COVID, we've been pushed, and this was the first meeting that we were able to present. We also, just some of the quick comments from the community, because we've met with the community, and we redefined our project and redesigned and tweaked quite a few times. Obviously, big concerns of the community is traffic, parking. Those were the really 2 big concerns: circulation of traffic. And what we're also proposing is, if this project goes through and it becomes a reality, we're also proposing some assistance in helping the city in improving the current lot at the intersection of Fifth Avenue and Jacob Street. And we think we could potentially program around 50 to 55 parking spots, surface parking spots that Nick will show you, that will be open for the community. We've also trying to address some of the circulation issues so that we could provide egress and ingress to our parking facilities from Fifth and from Laundry Place. We're working those out in the civil engineering plans. And the goal, the real goal of this project is just take what we've done in phase one and extend it to phase one is the new building on the corner beyond the beer garden on King Street, and really try to with this project complete the revitalization of the northern side of Federal Street as you come across the Green Island Bridge, and try to activate that side with sidewalks and greenery and some retail space. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Nick, who'll go through some of the site plan and some of the utility connections. And Nick, what I'm going to do is I'll drive the car here. Does everybody see the presentation? I shared my screen. Does everybody see the screen?
We do, thank you.
Okay, so Nick, I'll drive the car here. You just tell me next, and I'll move on to the next slide.
Sounds good, Cosmo. Thank you. Nick Costa from Advanced Engineering and Survey, and as Cosmo mentioned, we worked on the phase one portion of this project, and we're happy to be involved with the phase two of the project. If you could go to our aerial view, Cosmo. So as you can see on, from the aerial view, the project site is located at the northwesterly quadrant of the intersection of Fifth Avenue and Federal Street. There's about 6 parcels that are currently occupied the entirety of the project site, and they amount to about a little more than half an acre. There's about a little more than 22,000 square feet that encompass that particular parcel, and the existing homes that are there would all be removed, demolished. And the new building that Cosmo would like to build is a 5-level building. And as Cosmo mentioned, there is a 2-level of parking, and I'll go over the traffic, the circulation for that parking. The lower level would be accessed from King Street and Laundry Place. And the entrance is right here, and you would go in and down into the lower level, which would have about 34 parking spaces, and the elevator would go down to the lower level, and would have a couple of handicap parking spaces, and then access to the elevator to go up to the living area, which is above the first level, which is access. The first level, the parking is access from Fifth Avenue. You would move north along Fifth Avenue, and then you would go in through this area right here. There would be an access drive that would provide access to those parking spaces. And again, there would be about 34 parking spaces at that level. And that level is composed of the retail, the entrance lobby, and some fitness area, and the stairwells to the upper and lower areas. And then the other proposed improvements, besides the building, would be, the sidewalk system that's shown here, some landscaping, some greenery that is complementary to the existing, or to the proposed building. The entrances to the retail would be separate and distinct to access the retail space, which is located right here at the first level, and the access to the building again is through the lobby, which would have openings on both the Federal Street side and the Fifth Avenue side. Again, the the elevator lobby, and then also access through a corridor here into the stairwell and the fitness area. And another set of stairwells are located right here at this location. Cosmo, if you could go to the, well, before we go there, Cosmo mentioned that the improvements that would be made to the intersection of Jacob, a lot that's located at the intersection of Jacob and King Street and Fifth Avenue. That would be this lot right here. And there would be about 50 to 55 parking spaces that could be delineated once it would be paved. Cosmo, if you could please go to the site plan rendering. Thank you. So again, this is a little bit more enlarged and render view of the site plan. This is, you know, Federal Street, Fifth Avenue, Laundry Place. Infrastructure to serve the building with municipal systems exist throughout these roadways. There's sewer in the back here that currently serve the existing homes, and we recently rerouted the sewer to go around the phase one building of King's Landing, and that sewer actually goes through underneath the Wolf Beer Garden and discharges out into King Street infrastructure. So that's all there. There's a lot of telephone and underground electric and gas that go through here that would be that could be accessed to serve the building. There's a water line that Cosmo, the BDC group, actually installed to provide water to the King's Landing phase one building. That would be access to provide water service also to King's Landing 2. And sanitary for King's Landing 2 would be going into the existing sanitary sewer that's located along the center line of Fifth Avenue. There is a water line also that's adjacent to that sanitary sewer main. But again, because of the water main that was installed for King's Landing 1, it'll be easier for us to access that water without having to go out into the street on Fifth Avenue. But the sanitary sewer would definitely be going into here. And our stormwater, we have some options for the stormwater, but the likelihood is that the stormwater is going to go into the large system that was reconstructed or constructed during the phase one construction. And the phase one construction is pretty well done. I think that there's some paving that has to be done, and then it will be open. And I think that there's and Cosmo can speak more about it. There's already some activities as far as leases and rental for that. So that's pretty well the proposal. On this plan, you can see the drive into the parking at the upper level, and you can also see it here into the lower level. And again, that traffic pattern will be from King Street down Laundry Place and into the garage at the lower level. Here, it will be from Fifth Avenue and into the garage. That's pretty well the summary of the proposal for the site and the proposed improvements to provide the municipal systems for the new building at the corner of Fifth Avenue and Federal Street. So, Cosmo,
yeah, I just wanted to add that the idea would be having ingress to that first floor level here of parking through Fifth Ave go into an existing curb cut that we had to put in on the phase one of the project. This phase two will eliminate the curb cut that is existing here. So we're actually eliminating a curb cut. We're keeping the same curb cut we have improved or installed rather on the first phase of the project. And the idea is for us to, for the second phase, is to direct circulation from Fifth Avenue to get into this level of parking, and then out of the level of parking, instead of going back out on Fifth, we're considering putting this level of parking coming out here and then going out onto Federal. And I'm hoping you guys can see my mouse. Okay, and then to access this lower level of parking, the only way to access it would be, I guess it would be through Fifth, skipping this, going around and in, or through King Street, making a right on Laundry Place, and then going back in, and then going in this way. So, so we feel that could be a good way to alleviate some of the traffic that could be potentially caused by this project on Fifth. Again, this is you know, traffic-wise speaking, this is a very minimal a project that's add very minimal trips to the traffic flow here on Fifth Avenue. And that's it. I think we'll field some questions after George speaks about the architecture. But the next few slides are really just the civil engineering drawings that show a bit more detail on the utility connections, which we're working out with the Public Works Department, with Chris Whelan and his folks. We're trying to set up a meeting with them to work all this, work all the utility connections out, make sure that the city agrees with how we're going to install and improve that section of the project. George, go ahead. George.
Good evening. George Olson from, can you hear me?
Yep.
Hello? Okay. George Olson from Olson Associates. What's that? Olson Associates Architects in Saratoga Springs. We were the architects for phase one on King Street. It's kind of and Federal. It surrounds the beer garden. And one of the things that we looked at as when Cosmo brought this project to was more or less a continuation of that project, but to use a different vocabulary and understanding that rather than reinventing the wheel on what was started on King Street would be to kind of continue that around the block. And then as the building turns and goes down Fifth Avenue, it would have more of a residential component, both in scale and materials and color. So one of the things that we looked at was that Federal Street is a predominantly larger commercial street, a thoroughfare, and Fifth Avenue is more of a residential street with the brownstones, although it does have that parking area chunk taken out of it. So what we did was we originally had a 5-story building that turned the corner, went down. We would try to articulate the bays of the building, break them up as it went down toward the brownstones. And as we talked to the neighbors and the church, there was some resistance and some concern that the building was large. So what we did was we said, well, let's keep the building 5-story on those more formal, massive, the commercial street, Federal Street. And as you turn the corner, and I'll keep going through the other renderings in a second, but as you turn the corner, obviously we're using the lobby tower as our pivot, our hinge to turn the corner. It sets back, it gives us a little bit more room for open space, and it also really does make a transition. And as we go down the street toward Fifth Avenue, you can see we step the building down about little less than 2/3 of the way down the building. And that step down, as you'll see in a later drawing, pretty much corresponds with where the end of that park is, or where what would probably be the Fifth Avenue or the Federal Street, a Federal Street type building. And that's really where it turns in, where it starts the brownstones across the street. So as we turn that corner and we go down Fifth Avenue, you can see that the bays of the building break up a little bit more. There's more articulation. We've used this series of cornices and things. And we tried to give the building a little bit more of the residential vocabulary, and some of that was taken from what we saw on Fifth Avenue, and some of it is taken from surrounding areas, and some of it has a little bit more of a, for lack of a better word, a contemporary twist. One of the things that we do is our parking is on the first floor, as Cosmo and Nick indicated. So as you're coming down Fifth, we tried to, instead of just putting a solid wall there, we have some windows there. Those are what we consider to be kind of the base of the building. And then above that first floor base, go back again, Nick, or Cosmo.
You want me to, is this okay, or the next one? This one?
That's good. Stay right there. And above that, we started to articulate the building a little bit more with louvers and bump outs and larger living room windows and things like that, and to more or less echo what's happening in the residential neighborhoods and across the street. And this last view of the renderings is the view from the courtyard of the church. And one of the things we struggled with was how the building really is just a backdrop here for the church and the courtyard and that large gathering space out in front of the church. So what we did, because the church has brick and it's the brownish color, and I think there's some stucco and some other material, but predominantly a brick feeling building, we eliminated any brick on this facade. And we said, let's just go with some color that would add as a backdrop for their garden. And like I said, this is really their gathering space. And we have that pass through underneath the building. That's an easement and also our parking ingress. And what we're looking at doing there, that's about 14 feet tall. So we'll lose some units on the second floor, but we're looking at planting a green wall there. So kind of, and there's a bunch of these systems out there, a trellis system or a potted trellis system, and actually grow that wall with ivy or some kind of compatible material that works well with those walls. So rather than just have a fence there or a solid wall, we really felt that that complemented what happens at the church and their courtyard. So that will be actually a living wall. And I guess we can go to the renderings. I'll come back if anybody has any questions. Oh, and this is a view farther down from Fifth Avenue. And one of the things that we show is that, as you can see, as you get down there, the scale of the building really, I would say, is in some cases is about 12 or 13 feet taller than what's across the street on some of the taller brownstone buildings. Go to the elevate. You want to go to the elevations next? And this drawing shows, and I can't even read it, but I don't know if anybody else can, but I'll walk you through it. It's going from Federal Street, the south elevation up there on the top. The elevation below that is down Fifth Avenue. And the elevation in the top right-hand corner is what you pretty much saw an elevation just now in the north. And the materials you can see, and I'm looking at basically the dark, in my drawing here, that's King Street Phase 1 on the left, on the upper, the south elevation. And those darker areas that read as really dark are brick. And we've got, in between those areas, we've got above, there's some clapboard siding, 8-inch clapboard, everything's fiber cement board. And you can see how that the larger scale starts out to the left and it starts to break up a little. And it gets to the corner, that's a glass curtain wall system on the corner. And then as you go from on the east elevation, you can see about halfway down, we step down to 4 stories, and you can see the pass through for the cars under there. And then there is a 5-story portion that's set back about 40 feet from the face of the building. The drawing on the bottom shows the darker buildings that are in silhouette there that you see that look like small squares running down. Those are actually a mirror image of the brownstones across the street. So what we tried to do as we got to that, we turned the corner with the 5-story building, we stepped down, and the building is really more in scale with what starts, as shown there, right about where our 4 stories start. So those are the massing of the brownstones across the street. And this is a view, the rear elevation along Laundry Place. Again, that's as you turn the corner from Federal Street, which would be right to left here, going down toward the overhead door. There's brick there that is part of the front facade, the Federal Street facade. And as it goes back, the back of the building is mainly fiber cement board clapping and fiber cement board panel systems. And then that really dark area that you see from that one tower there going back toward the overhead door, that would be metal siding, dark gray, similar to what we have around the base at Kings 1. And the bottom elevation really shows above and beyond what the materials are, but it shows you King's Landing and phase 1 and the beer garden and Federal Street. So that's an elevation of that north side of Federal Street as you turn the corner. I think that's it, right, Nick?
We also want to point out that on that elevation, on the west elevation, on the bottom, we're going to program a series of wall pack lighting to light up all of Laundry Place. And if you see right now on Kings 1, we've also programmed security cameras, which will also program the same type of security cameras on this building, because we want to make sure that that whole Laundry Place area is very, very safe, well lit, and we can monitor it with cameras. That's very important to us. All entrances right now going into Laundry Place are secured. There's no, in Kings 1 right now, the only entrance from Laundry Place is actually, it's not an entrance, it's an emergency egress from one of the stair towers and from the parking located at the first level of Kings 1. And the same thing would be here. We want to try to eliminate the entrances, the pedestrian entrance from the alley. The door that you see on the west elevation here is an egress only door from the stair tower, and then you see the overhead garage door to ingress and egress to the cellar level or bottom level, lower level parking. George, I'm not sure if you want to go over some of this, but I think we've covered a lot of it.
Yeah, I think Nick did a good job, and you did. I mean, those are the first 2 floors showing the parking. If you just want to get a glimpse of the upper floors, I thought we had those, but
yeah,
really the building is it's a mix of 2, and we've got some 3-bedroom units in there, but we're playing with that back and forth, like Cosmo said. I think he said between 58 and 60 or 62 units, but everything seems to be fitting pretty well into the facade. So we've still got a little tweaking on the inside, but there are amenity spaces on each floor, and we do have some little lobby areas at the ends of the corridors and things. So But that's about it.
Right. Okay, we open it for any questions that the board or the public may have.
This is Sarah. If there are any members of the public who would like to speak, please unmute yourself, state your name and your address, and address your questions or comments to the Planning Commission.
Yes, I would like to speak. Can I go first? Hello?
Please. Yes, please.
Can you hear me? Okay, great. First of all, the rest of my windows have disappeared because the renderings are taking up the whole screen. So is it possible for me to get my windows back? View options, here we go.
Would you kindly state your full name and your address, please?
Yes, my name is Drea Leanza. I live at 2227 Fifth Avenue. It's just beyond the corner of Jacob in this neighborhood. And I would like to, oh, wait a minute, okay. I can exit full screen. There it is, okay. I have attended some of the meetings that have gone on with regard to this project. And one of the really important things was traffic and the parking issue. So the one thing that had us very concerned was in the last couple of weeks, we saw that the entrance from Fifth Avenue had an entrance arrow painted and an exit onto Fifth Avenue painted on the pavement there. And when we had talked with them originally, we'd been really clear that we don't want to have any more traffic coming out onto Fifth Avenue. It's already too congested here. It's already just barely wide enough considering that it's a one-way street and there are cars parked on either side. It's way too congested. School buses have trouble getting through, especially in the winter when there's when the snow piles up on the side. So we have big concerns about traffic. I'm happy to see that they say that there's not going to be traffic exiting onto Fifth Avenue. If it does exit onto Fifth Avenue, I am totally against this. If they can have it so that it exits onto Federal, that's okay. And having the traffic just come in and on Fifth and go into the parking area from Fifth, I don't think that will essentially change the traffic flow of Fifth Avenue that much. So I'm not, as long as there is no exit onto Fifth Avenue, because when you exit, it's a one-way street. You have to drive through the neighborhood. So that's just like, it's not gonna work with an extra 100 cars a day coming in and out of there. One other thing about traffic is parking. So my understanding is that they are going to charge extra for parking spots from this in this project. So that means that people, they want to save, I don't know, 50, 60 bucks a month, something like that. I don't know what you would charge for a parking spot. They're going to park on the street. We already don't have enough parking on the street. So I think instead of having the parking being charged extra, maybe it can be set up so that each apartment has a parking space already allocated to it. And if there's more than one person who's a driver in that apartment, well then they either have the option of renting another parking spot, or hopefully not finding parking on Fifth Avenue. So those are really important, not just to me, but to many people that I've spoken with in the neighborhood. The one thing about the parking lot at the corner of Fifth and Jacob, at the moment, this land belongs to the city of Troy, and it does only minimal maintenance. It mows the area once a year, and it never clears snow. So the parking lot will not be useful to the community if it's not maintained. So I'm wondering who's going to be doing the maintenance, and, you know, either people from the city or people from the project managers can tell me that one way or the other. But it won't be useful, especially in the winter when we especially need more parking. It won't be useful if there's not maintenance of it, if there's no snow removal. I have to say, I do like the look on Fifth Avenue. I like how it's broken up. Not so fond of the black. I like the warmer brick tones, the earth tones. I think those work really well. I think the black makes it look hard, and certainly does not fit in with, it might fit in on the federal side, but it certainly doesn't fit in on the Fifth Avenue side of the building. Also, if on the Fifth Avenue side, the front of the building is going to be 12 to 13 foot higher than the other buildings, i.e. another entire floor, that's going to block a lot of sun and visibility on the street. The street is narrow. Having it be so built up right where people are walking and people's houses are, I think that instead of, and I'm suggesting this, instead of having 5 floors on Federal and 4 floors on Fifth, or for a little bit of Fifth, why not have 6 floors on Federal and 3 floors on Fifth? That way you can have pretty much the same number of apartments, but not have that like huge looming building coming over in a residential neighborhood. Another thing, I did submit comments as requested. I'm looking at the setback of the building from the street, and it looked to me from looking at the plans that were sent was that it looked like the setback on one side was just going to be 7 foot, and then on the other side it was going to be 12 foot. I did a survey of other commercial buildings in the neighborhood, and I submitted this with my comments. 4-story buildings, the one with the least setback was 14.5 foot. 2 to 3 foot, the 2 to 3 floor buildings, setback 12 foot, 18 foot. A 7-story building with setback 36 foot. That's the one, the O'Neill Apartments. So just being 7, and I'm not sure if that plan was correct, but just being 7 foot back is really, and I believe that was on the Federal side, that would be really very, very tight. You could barely get a baby stroller and a person walking in the other direction to pass comfortably in just 7 foot, or maybe 2 people walking in one direction and 2 people walking in the other direction. So I think that setback needs to, and if I don't have this right, you know, please correct me, but other setbacks go 14, 15, 18 foot, and for taller buildings, they're 35 foot. So I would like to see the setback be similar in this one. So, and I have other comments as well that I won't go into. I don't want to take up too much time here, but I just want to say the renderings that they have make the block look much roomier and open than how it will look when construction is completed. So, and I know they want to make it look really nice, but I think this is going to be a very large building in a kind of small building residential neighborhood. So I really think that instead of looming over the all the other buildings, that we should stick with 3 stories in the residential area of Fifth, because all the other buildings are no more than 3 stories. So, okay, and I'll stop now. I might have more questions later, but I'll stop now. Thank you.
Freya, thank you very much. This is Sarah. And Nick, would you mind briefly responding to the concerns around setback, traffic pattern, and the grading? And grading in the context of building height, explain why it's 5 and 4 stories, please.
Sure, Sarah. Let me try to respond to those comments. I'm not sure about the setback. The setback along Fifth Avenue. What I see is the buildings are right up to the sidewalks, along Fifth Avenue. So
if I could chime in for just a second. Nick, correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, the setbacks in this zone are 0 feet. Is
that's
that
correct? Yeah, that's correct, Aaron.
And at no point is the building crossing the property line.
It's not.
Okay.
You're absolutely correct. And what we noted as setbacks is the distance from property lines. So we are meeting the zoning requirements. Aaron, you're absolutely correct on that. As far as circulation, I think we went over that, and as Cosmo pointed out, we are working on trying to have the exit for that second, the first level parking to go out to Laundry Place. That's something that we are actively working on, and we're hoping that we can make that work. So there wouldn't be any traffic exiting out to Fifth Avenue, the height. Again, I think we're within the zoning allowance for that. I think we're in the B4 Central zoning district, high-rise residential. And I think that we're well within the zoning for that. So, what else was there? Was that the setbacks, the circulation, and the building height?
I'll just chime in really quick on the building height, just so that the board members are aware of the B4 zone. Building heights allowable for high-rise residential are 150 feet, and for other uses are 80 feet. So this building, I believe, Nick, correct me if I'm wrong, is less than both of those requirements. I don't think you're at 80 feet. Is that right?
That's correct, Aaron. You're absolutely correct. We're well within the zoning allowance, what the zoning allows.
Okay, so if I could just respond to that. Firstly, I may have been using the wrong terminology. What I thought setback was how far from the curb, from where the street is, that the building starts.
No, the setback is always from the property line.
Okay, so how do I know how far from the curb does the that the building starts and how much like sidewalk will be there. Is that shown in the drawings anywhere
Yes.
that I can see?
Yeah. If you go to the site plan, you'll, and the site plan is a scaled plan. You can scale what the distance is from the curb line, not the sidewalk line, but there's actually a curb, and then there's a sidewalk, and then there's the building, and the building varies. I think that you'll be able to get an accurate distance from the curb line to the building.
Okay, all right. So the other thing that I wanted to, that we were talking about was in the short environmental assessment form that you submitted under question number 6, is the proposed action consistent with the predominant character of the existing built or natural landscape? You say yes, and the people in the neighborhood are saying with a building of that size and that height, that it's not consistent with the rest of the neighborhood. And you know, I know that there's codes and all this kind of stuff, but also there's a neighborhood here. There are people who live here who like this neighborhood and don't want to feel like there's this huge looming behemoth of a building that's kind of encroaching on their neighborhood, which is why I'm suggesting to have the height on the Fifth Avenue side to be more consistent with what the actual height of the other buildings in the neighborhood are. And granted, Federal is a more built up area. It has, you know, the Federal buildings across the street and all that kind of stuff. So build up Federal more, but give us our breathing room for that end where it's in the residential area of Fifth Avenue. So those are my comments. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Cosmo, do you want to respond to that, or?
I mean, I think we've addressed a lot of this during our meetings, and the problem is we don't want to go above Fifth Avenue. We don't want to go above 5 stories. It changes the type of construction, and then it makes the project not viable anymore. We want to offer more parking because I think that was a bigger issue for the neighborhood. So we don't want to program apartments behind the retail area and on the first floor. So we could potentially do some lowering of the structure, but that would mean eliminating a story of parking, which means that now you're creating another problem. We rather keep the building the way it is. I think maybe George, I don't think the 4th story is 10 to 12 feet taller than the tallest building on Fifth Avenue. I think we did the 4th story so that it could match some of the taller buildings on Fifth Avenue. Now, that we've shown based on that elevation that George put together, that in fact the 4 stories that we're proposing are the same, about the same elevation of the taller structures across the street on Fifth Ave. So I believe this is the best use for this parcel, which gives us the minimum amount of area we need for living, and also allows us to provide enough parking where there's at least one spot per unit, which is not zoning code. Zoning code, just to remind the board, in this zone we have no parking requirement. So I believe, and our team believes, that this is the best use for this project for this site. I just also want to address, because I know we did get a letter from, a letter regarding the egress and ingress of traffic on that Fifth Avenue lot. And essentially for the phase one part of the project, what we've installed is according to the plan and what we needed to do. And at our meetings, I did say repeatedly that we will consider not having egress for this project onto Fifth Avenue. And I think we're there. I really truly think we're there, and we may be even ready to commit to that. I just want to make sure that our professionals do their calcs in terms of trip generation and make sure that it makes sense to have traffic only go out through Laundry Place, because in all actuality, Fifth Avenue is a larger street than Laundry Place, and it should be able to take more cars. But I think, like I said before, there's so little trips generated by this project that it's not really going to make a difference. And Nick, I mean, you could confirm that. I mean, I'm an engineer by trade, but Nick is the engineer, design engineer on the project, so he could attest to that.
Yes, Cosmo, for the number of apartments here, the ITE, the Institute of Transportation Engineers, for traffic generation rates, this would be minor. It's not something that's going to generate hundreds of trips per day at peak hours.
Right.
Yeah, if I could chime in on that, New York State maintains traffic data for major thoroughfares, and just to put it in perspective, I believe the daily traffic on Federal and on King Street is in the neighborhood of 10,000 vehicles, just to put that in perspective.
Thank you, Aaron. At this time, can we invite other members of the public to introduce themselves? Please share your name and address. Please briefly, forgive my informal language here, Ronnie. Yes, you will be next, please.
Thank you.
Only if you agree with previous comments, make those incredibly brief, and feel free to introduce new comments.
My name is Ronnie Shamam. I live at 1928 Fifth Avenue. I have my residence there. I also own a commercial property at 484 River Street and Hutton. Fifth Avenue is a frequent byway for me to get, if I'm driving or walking from my home to my office. I want to know, my question is about the retail spaces. And who do you have in mind to occupy the retail spaces? And how are you going to deal with the parking for the customers in those proposed retail spaces? Anecdotally, in my lifetime, I have observed, and in Troy as well as in other places, where setback retail spaces don't fare well. And that is a concern of mine. Done.
So, can I answer, Madam Chairman? Madam
Please
Chairperson?
do.
Yes, thank
Yes,
you.
please do.
So ideally, we put in some parking on the exterior to accommodate some of the retail parking. we're also going to rely on the parking that's on River Street, the parking lot on River Street, perhaps. The idea is really to try to program, try to leave a buffer between the sidewalk and the retail with greenery, but also give the opportunities for a retailer to program that exterior space. Now, I know we're in Troy. I know good weather is not something that happens for a long duration during the year, but I think with everything that's going on now with COVID and the new reality of that we're facing, I think it's very important to be able to program exterior spaces and also invite some of the retailers that want to be in Troy, but perhaps don't want to spend or make a big investment on some of the existing retail that needs a lot of work to it. And maybe what we could do is with this retail space is provide the costly infrastructure so that some of the retailers could come in with a minimum investment and give it a shot. And also, I don't totally disagree with you with the setback, but in reality, it has good view corridor because you could see it from coming over the bridge and it's wide open. So I don't think it makes a difference whether we're set back 5 feet or 15 feet as is currently proposed, or 10 feet as it's currently proposed. I think the key is to make sure that we program that exterior space. And then again, like I said before, by providing some extra parking and eliminating curb cuts, perhaps we could have we could have some of the folks some of the folks parked there. But also we also find that in Troy, I mean, it's a walking there's a walking community, and we find that folks want to move into Troy because they work in Troy and they want to live in Troy and not have and be able to walk everywhere. So we find that, and I believe, Ronnie, you would agree with that. We've had some good conversations about this. We've also had some good conversations on what kind of retailer would take into that space, and that's why we're very carefully making sure that we don't. It's not a huge retail space. In fact, what we've done since we met with the public is we did carve out some of the retail area for an office for us, for the leasing probably, and we took that 2,300 square feet, and I think now, George, correct me if I'm wrong, we're closer to 2,000 square feet, which we think is probably a max for that space, and maybe another, a little bit more upscale restaurant, or maybe it's we got to really decide and figure out what kind of retailer would be there, but there could be a lot of options.
Thank you, Cosmo. Any other hands up? Yes, Trudy, please.
My name is Trudy Hanmer. I live at 2142 Fifth Avenue, directly across the street from the new parking lot. And I just want to second everything that Drea said and emphasize that even though things may be legal within zoning regulations, that doesn't address the character of the neighborhood. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Trudy.
So can I add?
Yes, Ronnie.
Unmute yourself.
Have there been studies made to determine what kind of retail spaces could be there? And are we talking about restaurants in the era of COVID?
Well, yeah, we were thinking about restaurants before COVID. Okay, but we also know that that retail area is not something that we're relying on to make this project work. In all honesty, you know, it's a for us it would be a bonus, and you know, we have to kind of change direction perhaps on some of the other restaurants. At the end of the day, restaurants will be popular. They're still popular. People still want to go out, and now the only thing is that they need more space. In fact, because they need to make sure that the tables are far apart. And so, in reality, I think from what we learned here is that folks, some of the folks, they don't care about COVID and need to go out and need to have that experience. I don't know why, but even with my own family, like everybody wants to go out and go to the restaurant, and it's something that some folks want to take that risk. I'm not that person. I have been frequenting the Browns on the exterior and very carefully. And I think I think it's a viable. Restaurant is still viable, but also there's other services that perhaps we could introduce for the neighborhood that we could talk to. On a separate venue, we could speak to the neighborhood and see what they think. I mean, you guys lived there for quite a while, and maybe there's always good ideas that come out from going into a community and soliciting and having discussion on these things. So I'm open to that. And again, like I said, this is a space in the building that we're not strongly relying on the performance to make this project viable. So we're going to be flexible in what we could put in there.
I see Barb Nelson, perhaps raising a hand. Please go ahead.
Hi, thank you, Sarah. I have a couple questions, or a couple concerns. Clearly, just because the downtown zone does not require parking doesn't mean that it's not a need, and that's been brought up. And that's really a quality of life issue for families and residents in our neighborhoods that are, homeowners and have invested to stay. Your floor plans, clearly the layout is designed to appeal to students, young professionals, not families, or people who are, putting down roots in a neighborhood. And I think that is it's a concern for me as a director of an agency that promotes homeownership and livability. I just, when I see that kind of layout, I think, oh, that's a very transient population that doesn't necessarily invest in neighborhood meetings and community gatherings and really stewardship of the neighborhood. And yeah, it might be a really great place for a young graduate or an undergraduate to be in walking distance of some great restaurants and bars and campus and all of that. But I really have to question, I know that someday COVID will pass us, and maybe it'll take long enough to build this that this won't be a concern, but universities are really struggling with, I just don't understand where all this construction for the student population, how it's going to be filled. But again, that's not my problem. You showed that you have a pro forma that you think will work, but I just want to give voice to a deeper neighborhood concern. It manifests itself in parking. It manifests itself in traffic. It manifests itself in the things that people have expressed. But I dare to say that if the layout, if the building was more appealing to people who are going to invest themselves socially in a neighborhood and a community, you might get a different, a warmer response from the neighborhood. So that's kind of esoteric. On the site plan issues, the tangible site plan issues, that parking lot, without a tree, without a shrub. Right now it is a very gray, desolate space, but it's porous. There may be people parking on it and it may be ill-kept, and I hope it is not all that way, but I'd like to see, again, parking is precious, but so is the earth, so give up some of those spaces and let's see some shade. Let's see something that actually indicates that this is a parking lot in a residential area for residents. I think it's wonderful that you're willing to do that and leave it open, allow anybody to park there. It'll be greatly needed, but it will just be a different kind of eyesore if it is not designed for an earth-friendly approach. Rain gardens, whatever it is we need to see to help alleviate that heat island. It's one thing to walk out of your lovely brownstone stoop and be looking at this very new, very different, very contemporary building and parking lots. And parking ramps. It's a whole other thing to be living right next door to now a completely concrete or asphalt facility. It's got to have some fencing, some lighting. Let's see lighting. Let's see trees down the middle. There's got to be a way to soften that and make it more of a residential, give it more residential appeal. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Hi Barbara, how you doing?
I'm good, Cosmo. How are you?
I think we're willing to commit. I think that was just a schematic on the parking lot. I think obviously I agree with you. I think we're willing to commit some sort of improvements, which will include street trees and continuation of sidewalks, and obviously lighting and safety. Those are huge, right? Safety is something that doesn't help just the existing neighbors, but it helps everybody that's going to move into the neighborhood, right? So lighting and cameras and sidewalks and greenery and trees. I think that's definitely something that we're willing to commit within reason to that parking lot. I think that's for us that would be an obvious way to design a parking, some parking that we would want to have be associated with.
Okay.
Okay.
I just hope the planning commission will see that on the site plan and assure people that. Thank you.
Thank you, Barb. Silva Menard, did we see your hand go up?
Yes. Hi. Good evening. My name is Silva Menard, and I live at 2168 Fifth Ave, right down on the other side of the street. My husband Mark is here as well. We thank you everybody for being here tonight, and thank you Cosmo for acknowledging the priority of parking and also for bringing down that fifth story once you move down Fifth Ave. I think that makes a huge difference in the feel. I do have some concerns about that north wall and the color, the darker color. I really feel like the brick, the monotone brick of the back side of Laundry Place and the north wall is really out of character for the neighborhood. And so I'd really like to see you come up with something that more matches rather than provides a high contrast, because Troy really has some great brick texture. And I am pleased to see that you have added the texture of layers and different offsets that your original, the first building that you've built does not have. So I just wanted to say thank you for that. I am curious about your comment that you're adding in a curb cut because you're taking out 2 spots on Fifth Ave right now, which results in either a net zero or a loss in curb cut space. And I know that you are really prioritizing parking.
So I'm going to talk about the parking, and then I'll let George talk about. If you're done, I'm sorry.
I had another question about the parking lot underneath, where I'm assuming that you're going to use some of the parking spots for operations and staff. Do you have a count on how many you anticipate?
Well, nah, probably. I mean, we're probably going to have 2 or 3 for operations and staff. I mean,
Okay.
yeah, I don't foresee more than that. The parking. So there's right now we've installed a new curb cut, right, as part of what we needed, what we proposed for the phase 1 of the project, and that's purely just to add some more parking for the phase 1.
I'm confused about that. What do you mean you added a curb cut that added parking for phase 1?
So the curb cut that's the curb cut that we just added. There was a curb cut there. There was a building there before my group wasn't even involved there, and now there's a parking lot right next to the church. That's a curb cut that we've added. Okay.
Yep. So you're removing street parking of about approximately 2 spots.
Right. Now, there's also a curb cut on one of the buildings where there's a garage. Existing building right now, there's a garage that there's a curb cut, and there's a curb cut from that garage.
For longtime residents, it's the building that used to be owned by Harold Littlejohn.
Right now is owned by Ms. Zotto, right? So,
Yeah.
So we're eliminating that curb cut. So we're actually eliminating the curb cut and adding that
Yes,
spot.
but Cosmo, you put a curb cut in, you take one out, it's a net zero. You're not really doing anything for the neighborhood with that. They balance out. One offsets the other.
Okay. I mean,
you like to claim that you're adding parking by taking out a curb cut, but you put a curb cut in.
The curb cut that we put in was part of that first phase of the project.
Actually, I received a letter from you at the beginning of February, and I made a phone call to you, and I made notes. Specifically, you addressed me in particular, stating, before I even asked, you said that there would be a fence on Fifth Ave so that there would not be driving in and out. So I'm a little concerned that you said one thing over the phone, and then you repeated yourself that there would not be driving back and forth into that parking lot in this phase 1.
No, I don't think I said phase 1, but I if I misspoke, I apologize. Whatever was on the plan for the phase, for the first phase of the project, if it's currently installed, or maybe we're missing a fence, but there was always a curb cut contemplated for that first phase of the project.
Different from approved and communicated with the community.
There's always a curb cut approved.
On the plans that I saw from the planning board, there were shrubbery along Fifth Avenue, along that parking lot, as well as a fence.
Okay.
Which you have taken out, and you have installed a curb cut, which eliminated 2 parking spots on the street.
Everyone, this is Sarah Wengert. I believe that the balance of the participants are having I'll speak for myself. I'm having a difficult time following your dialogue, which is probably best conducted offline.
I agree.
I believe
love
that
to take
we.
it offline because I spoke to him, and I spoke to him. I reached out in multiple ways, and I actually have an email I made that was rejected. Their website does not have a working email link. So the email that I sent to info@thebdcgroup.com was rejected and returned to sender. I then called the next morning. I reached the BDC group, and I was told that Scott Varley was the representative for this project and was given a voicemail box to send to communicate with him. And I was given his private Gmail. I reached out to him 10 days ago and got no response. When I reached out to him today, I was then told that he is a small silent investor and has no say in any of the matters that I'm concerned with. But yet that's who the citizens and neighbors are being communicated to, being told to go contact.
So given that that Cosmo is present representing this proposal, I think that we can recognize him now formally as before the Planning Commission. And I would recommend that you, Silva, in some concise manner, document your concerns. We recognize them, but if you would document them so that we can clearly understand any miscommunication that's happened in the past. Yep. And understand clearly what your position is so that we can take it into consideration moving forward.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Agreed.
Do we have other members of the public who would like to weigh in on any new commentary or questions? Yes, and in the background with Silva, please state your name and address for the record, please.
Can I hop in so I can actually look at the camera? My name is Mark Menard. I live at 2168 Fifth Avenue, resident of the block for 50 years. Part of it is getting in character with the neighborhood, and I want to thank Cosmo for agreeing to take down the Fifth Avenue side down to the 4 stories. I just wish it was more, but cosmetically, the black doesn't match our neighborhood at all. Doesn't look like what this neighborhood looks like. If you go up and down Fifth Avenue, you're not going to see a black facade on any of the buildings. The northern exposure of the building, the only thing it has anything in character with is the northern exposure of King's Landing 2, which has doesn't look like anything else in the neighborhood. I literally said to my wife, I don't want to die looking at that northern wall because it's ugly. It is completely out of character with the neighborhood. I'd also like to just to the board repeat that I do feel like communications coming out of the BDC group have been one thing said to the public and another thing said in their public meetings that aren't here on the record, and then another thing that they say when you're in front of the planning board. And I would like the communication to loop in the planning board so that we can actually nail down what the details are. Thank you.
I don't see any black in our facade. Perhaps it's the way the shadow is looking in the rendering. But George, correct me if I'm wrong. Do we have a black? Any black?
I've got the brightness on my screen turned up all the way, and that's black.
Maybe you call it a different color.
Yeah, no, this is George Olson. There is no black. That's dark blue, and this I think some of the other renderings might show it a little better. It's a darker blue color, and we're still working on the colors, and I think someone commented on the brick. Our intent has always been to pull the brick out from Troy and unfortunately, when you do these renderings and you turn them different ways, this looks more brown or beige. When we start getting in and actually submit samples, I think you'll see that this will be more of a brick color that Troy is known for and the rest of the street has. It's just difficult to render everything exactly the correct color. So the colors we're still working on, and we're still pushing and pulling on colors. So I think once we do more detailed renderings of certain areas, I think you'll see truer colors.
Thank you, George. This is Sarah. Let us note that there has been resistance to the dark color on the north facade. We're simply making a note of that commentary from the public, from some members of the public. Is there anyone else who would like to raise their hand to demonstrate they have words to share with the Planning Commission?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Please state your name.
Yes, my name is Brian. My name is Brian McCandless. I reside at 2900 Fifth Avenue, which is further north, where my daughter and her family have put down roots. But I have a parcel not too far. It's on the corner, well, it's near the corner of Jacob and Fifth, 224 Fifth Avenue, which most of the residents think of as a dog park. I've maintained it and mowed it and suffered tickets for 28 years. I'm encouraged that somebody is taking over the vacant lot that is at the corner of Jacob and Fifth. But I would like some of the other community people would like to have a little bit more details in terms of who's going to maintain it. It's an ambiguous lot where people who park there think they may get towed. It has, enormous amount of litter and weeds. So just that's an important aspect because, of course, the deal's head on with parking. I think just a little bit more clarification of what the company's committing to. In general, I'm encouraged by this project. I'm encouraged by the fact that, some developers will want to be north of Federal. And I particularly like the fact that there will be retail space. I've been involved in some urban redevelopment, and I know that it's very difficult to get financing for retail space. And yet, if you don't have that, you just have residential boxes. Much easier to finance those, but you need the full fabric of a city. I think that's the future. Anyway, those are my points.
Thank you, Brian. For the record, I would like to ask Cosmo, and you can of course defer to one of your colleagues. The lot at the corner of Fifth and Jacob is not technically a component of this proposal. Is that a true statement?
That is a true statement.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah. Yes, Barb Nelson.
If it's not part of this proposal, then clearly it will come back to Planning Commission when it is proposed. I think it's a pretty important piece of this proposal, given the lack of, and I apologize, I didn't introduce myself on the first go-around. Barb Nelson, director at TAP. Really, I should state at TAP, we are building huggers, and we always advocate for the preservation of existing architecture and existing communities. So I am, for the record, disappointed to see the three buildings come down. I know they are not architectural gems, but the change in the character of this block it's really profound. And so I think, I'm not going to lay myself in front of the bulldozer, but it needs to be done really well. And so I'll take advantage of my second time around here. The first building of King's Landing 1, the colors are so plain and so really pasty. I'm sorry, they just look so dull. So when we talk about brick, let's get real brick colors. I trust the Planning Commission and the HRC, whoever's going to look over these samples, to really look at some colors that are, request some colors that have some richness to them. And forgive me, Cosmo, but the dryer vents in plain aluminum just have cheapened that whole facade. If you could do anything to replace those with a bronze or something and not repeat that, that's just the kind of thing that makes us think it's, it interprets the building as less than careful and less than, yeah, just somebody missed that in the submittal reviews, and now they're there, and it just gives a bad taste to the whole thing. So if you proceed with this project, take it as a chance really to get it right. Fifth Avenue is a very precious street. Its length is, Fifth Avenue across Federal and South is one of the most stunning blocks in Troy, and this block as well it suffered a couple losses with fires, and that kind of started the cancer of losing buildings on this block. So if this proceeds, please take it as an opportunity to just one up on King's Landing 1, because it's kind of a disappointment. The volume is there, the shape is there, that's all good, but the materials, it just looks very thin and very plain. So yeah, go for a little richer texture, a lot richer texture. I really implore you to take it in that direction. Thanks, Sarah.
Other hands up. For those of you not using video, please unmute yourself and state your name simply, and then I will call on you. Okay, in the absence of additional commentary from the public, I'd like to turn to my fellow commissioners to express comments or questions. I hear and see nothing. I'd like to offer a couple comments myself. The first, in reaction to many folks expressing a concern about the dark color, and also kind of building upon what Barb Nelson shared with us, and that is that I think that to counteract the foreignness of this, the scale of this project and the rhythm of this project, that is sort of a balloon version of what we're all used to in Troy, that there is a great opportunity, and forgive me, George, I suppose I'm addressing you, but really the whole proposal team, to push further what was done on phase 1 of the project. And I will share that I happen to be very fond in this conceptual form of the texture of the building and the contrast in color. I do think that we will be very interested to see full color samples, and have a commitment that you will not just propose those colors and materials, but insist that they not be substituted throughout the project. But this is not a series of row houses. It's a new building. And so be brave and respectful. Those are my 2 architectural comments. I do have one more comment, and this is in response to what Cosmo stated. And this is a this is a business proposal, and we recognize that. However, please, it concerns me to hear you say, and these are my own words, I'm paraphrasing, that businesses may not succeed on that first floor. And that is a risk that really concerns. I am far less concerned about empty apartments than I am with empty new storefronts on Fifth. The planning commission cannot control that part of this project. We cannot hold you to any future tenants. We can wish you luck and support you in any way possible, but it is concerning to hear that that potential failure would not break the project. We're glad for you, but that is a concern. So perhaps not material to this conversation completely, but I, as a commissioner, felt it needed to be said. So I will close my comments and ask fellow commissioners just one more time, do you have anything to share?
Yes, this is Dee Dee Rudolph. I do have a question about what's your schedule for this project?
We'd like to break ground with the demolition probably, if we can, during the fall, and then break ground with the foundation early spring of 2021.
All right, another question I had, I was a little confused about the parking lot at Fifth and Jacob. I am new to looking at this, but it was said it's not a component of this proposal. So what is it a component of? I'm not understanding that.
It was just an idea that we don't own the lot. The city obviously owns the lot. And we thought it could be an opportunity where we could help the city improve the lot so that it could benefit the community. That's all.
So could it become a component of this project? I guess is my question.
It can if it doesn't delay the approvals of the project. I don't know how it becomes a component if...
Well, a condition of the approval, I guess.
It could be a condition of the approval, but I'm not sure. We don't own the property, right? So we could make it, I don't know. We could talk further on that, on the legality of things. But yeah, no, we could make it a condition and part of this proposal. Listen, I don't do things. I don't say things that I don't do. Okay, so what my group is committing is beautifying that lot so that the neighborhood could use it. Okay, so and I'm committing to that. I'm committing to helping with the improvements. Now, if the city doesn't maintain it, all that stuff, I mean, that I'm not committing to. I can tell you that much. I'm not committing to any maintenance. And that's probably got to do with legal and insurance stuff, mostly. But for us to program that lot as part of the cost of this improvement, I think we could do it within reason. Okay.
So my next question is just like, what's your next step? Because you're still, it seems like you're still in the design of this project. You're still looking at different access in and out of the parking lots, and I'm just curious as to what.
Really, the next step for us would be settle on the colors of the material, and present them at the next meeting. I mean, the egress access, that's just me saying, okay, let's do it, which is very easy. It's just one sign that we program on the site plan that says no right-hand turns out of the garage, just left turn turns over laundry. So that will have a decision by the next meeting. That's not a problem. We could develop, and Nick, correct me if I'm wrong, we could develop a good schematic of what we could potentially do for that lot for the next meeting. But I'm hoping by the next meeting, we could all agree that, take action on an approval.
This is Aaron here. We met with Cosmo and his engineer this week, and we discussed this with between planning, engineering, and code this entire project. And there is some, Cosmo, correct me if I'm wrong, there's some land along Federal that is currently controlled by the IDA. Is that correct?
There is some, yeah.
Yes, that needs to be.
The LDC rather, Aaron.
Or LDC, I'm sorry, LDC. That in and of itself is going to be a condition of any approval, that transfer take place. That transfer is necessary to make this project possible. So, we could discuss that further with Cosmo, the parking at 5th and Jacob, that is, and determine if that can also be made a condition. And then I think after those discussions, it would be possible to either include it as part of this proposal or to not include it as part of this proposal moving forward. So it's clear to everyone, it's either in or out, right? Because it's difficult to make it a condition that parking lot be improved if the applicant's, later legally unable to do so.
Right.
Right. So perhaps the status of that is something we can come back to at a next meeting.
Aaron, if I may, this is Andy. The Planning Commission cannot require off-site improvements as a condition of approval of a site plan. That being said, an applicant is free to bring to the table whatever they want to offer as improvements to the neighborhood during the course of their application process. But the Planning Commission can't require as a condition of a site plan approval off-site improvements unless those improvements are necessary to the efficiency and effectiveness of the site plan. So the idea of requiring improvements to an off-site parcel as a condition of approval, if it's unrelated to the utility connections, for example, to the approval, can't be accomplished. But that being said, and it sounds like there's already discussions taking place, the applicant can bring to the table whatever the applicant chooses to bring to the table and offer it as part during the application process.
Sarah? I have a couple comments. Basically, what Barb said, I agree with 100%. And like her, I'm sorry that we're going to lose more of Troy's historic housing stock. Although like her, I also agree these are not buildings that you would lay in front of the bulldozer for, but I'm still sorry that they're going to go. I'm very glad that the architect tried to relate the Fifth Avenue side to the surrounding buildings with the varying heights and varying facades. But I think in doing that, I personally think that you kind of went a little too far. There's too much variety. I'm glad that the architect realized that there are such things as cornices, which seem to have disappeared from the architectural vocabulary in modern architecture. But on both sides of the building, you've got 3 different cornices, or maybe even 4, And it just seems like there's too much of a mishmash. I would love to see it cleaned up a little and maybe use 2 different cornices, or not do that panel of long windows in the middle one. I don't know, to me, there's just too much going on. I like the ideas. I really like how you changed the heights of the building. And I'm resigned to the fact that you're going to build something whether I like it or not, but I would hope that you would make it a little more aesthetically better. And like Barb said, you know, up the game here and give us something really, really good.
Sarah, this is Barbara Higbee. Can you hear me? I don't know that anybody can hear me.
We are unable to hear who, we hear the faintest of voices.
Okay, it's Barbara Higbee. Can you hear me now?
Oh, good. Yes.
Okay. I don't know why I've had a little trouble getting in here. I guess my concerns are very, very different. I'm not chipping around the edge here of the details to make it get over the hump. I find that the size of this building on the Fifth Avenue side to be not consistent with the character of the neighborhood. I'm glad of the delineation and all, but I would like to see at least 1 or 2 more of the building's facades limited, have 1 more floor lobbed off those top floors on Fifth Avenue. Right now, they've lined it up with the buildings, but that means you've still got this tunnel going into Fifth Avenue. It is too tall. It's tall partly because it's on Fifth Avenue, which is much higher than the King Street building. I was shocked when I saw how tall the King Street building was, in fact, when it was built. But it's lower, it starts lower. This is very tall, and I would like to see at least 2 more, at least 2 more of the top floors lobbed off on the Fifth Avenue side. Secondly, I think the project is too big. It's way bigger than phase 1. This is approximately 62 apartments, where the other one was 40, I don't know what, 45 or something. And it's going to have even more, well, I don't know how to compare it in residence, but it's going to have a lot more residents than what I'm used to for apartments. My understanding, and I don't know, I think that Cosmo will clarify this. I don't know that it's set in stone yet, but the 3-bedroom units, what they've talked about is renting them to students or graduate students. That means that a 3-bedroom will have 3 residents. There are also going to be market units with 2 to 3 bedrooms. I'm not sure again, the configuration of these, but often with market units, you'll have a two-bedroom unit and it'll only have 1 person because they use the other one for their study or whatever, and they're a grown-up, or a 3-unit even. So you could have a lot more people in this building, and that's one concern. The other concern is from a marketing point of view, and that is when you mix, nobody knows, but when you mix student housing rented by the bedroom with market housing, does that even work? And I would say that, for example, the News is not an example of that, because it's any type of students there are really graduate students and older students, and the building doesn't feel like it has like students. So I'm very, very concerned about the number of residents, the number of apartments, I love density in general, but I don't find our block, I live on the block, 2167 Fifth Avenue. I don't find this block able to handle that much density because, again, unlike the downtown, if you rent an apartment in the downtown, you either have parking in the building, you get a spot in a parking garage, or you don't have a car. In this, as some of the other speakers have pointed out, you're going to have people who rent an apartment and then just say, I'll just park on this Fifth Avenue block or the 1900 Fifth Avenue block. So I just really see this project at this scale and with the configuration, which I think isn't settled yet, being out of character with a residential block, which is homeowners and tenants. It's not all homeowners, and many of the homeowners have tenants, and it's a little more dense than some streets, but that's the beauty of this block, and with the church, and the church being very active, and we're very happy to have the church on our block. So I see very big issues still, and these are environmental impact issues of the size, the consistency with the character of the neighborhood, and the way that this parking issue could flow out onto this street and the 1900 block in a different way. It can't flow out that way in the downtown because someone would get tickets every 2 hours. So I'm still very concerned with the actual concept of the project. Thanks.
So can I make a comment?
Yes.
Okay. So the phase one of the project is 52 apartments,
Okay.
and it's approximately 140 bedrooms. Okay.
Yep.
This phase of the project is between 58 and 62 apartments,
Yep.
and I don't even think we're going to get to 140 bedrooms.
Okay, and can you explain to us about how it'll conform to the bedrooms? This whole business of student type housing versus apartments that would have a master bedroom and then like a secondary bedroom.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we're not designing these only for students. I mean, we like in phase one, we don't have any affiliation with any university. Anybody could go and come in and live there. And the same thing we're going to do with phase two of the project. I mean, there's going to be 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms. You know, that's where we're aiming for a lot of that. And even if we do 62, 2 bedrooms, 2 baths, or some sort of, you know, that's I'm talking about outliers. That's only 128, 124 rather, bedrooms. So this project is smaller actually than phase one when you look at it that way, and it's offering a lot more parking, and you know, and we have phase one that's doing really well, and there's definitely a market for this type of housing, and there is and we have right now something that's proven to work, and we would like to continue that. And so those are my comments on that.
Could you clarify, because I'm not familiar with how, you know, have you started your rent up on phase one, and is it, where are you on that?
We've started the rent up on phase one, and we are at about 70% right now.
70% signed leases, or 70? Not, you don't have occupancy yet, do you?
Yes, we do. We have about 5 units that have been occupied, 4 to 5 units, and we have around 70% signed leases.
Good, that's great.
And we have about 200 phone calls to you know, I mean, every last week was 150 calls. This week is 200 calls. It's there is a demand. There is definitely a demand.
And how's the car thing going? The car per
resident?
It's
you know, there's a lot more residents that don't have cars. I'm not worried. I truly, Barbara, I truly not worried about the car. I think it's I think there's folks, and also we haven't been charging so much for the cars who want the cars. We've been including it as a initial. We just started charging for the cars for the park because we've seen so much demand, and also just consider that as of 6/1, we've had like 10% that were signed. So in about a month, and really like last week, we signed most of our leases, and the week before. So it's there is demand. There is demand. We have a mix. We have students, we have professionals, and there is demand for this type of product.
I know there is. The question I have though is whether, are you getting the mix of what I call market rate people versus renting by the bedroom?
Yeah, we're getting the mix. It's more in favor than, and I'm always pretty honest. I'm really honest about this stuff. It's more in favor of the per bedroom, student type that's really attracted to the to the whole concept of living in such a nice facility.
Yeah. And are they actually undergraduates or more graduate level? Or?
There's a mix. There's a mix. There's a mix. I don't know the exact numbers, but there's definitely a mix because I ask these questions every day.
Yeah. Okay. But I guess the question I have is, I'm very glad to hear this because it's already built and we certainly want it to be a success. And we want the second project to be a success. But I just want us to be very realistic and get good feedback about what the mix is, how many cars, and whether we're going to be squeezed out on the street. So, because that's one very big aspect of this. The other is the tunnel. This tunnel coming down Fifth Avenue. For me, I don't mind Federal because there's enough space. There's nobody right up to it. But I would love to see at least one more top floor bay, one or two dropped off. So I don't know what that would do.
I think honestly, we're right at the edge where the project doesn't become viable anymore, just because it's so expensive to build that other level of parking.
Mm-hmm.
Not getting more units out of it, and the beauty is that we have real data on cost and what we could charge. So like we have phase one is great because we have all that data and it's very easy. We're not guessing at this. And right now we have a big expense in providing that second story of parking. That's a huge expense that we don't feel the revenue dollars are there for it. But I think it's a quality of life issue that I think I like to address. And I think I think we have a lot of parking. And I think by helping the community with that lot is going to be it's going to even be more so and the fact and I don't see parking. I know I don't live there, but I do spend a lot of time at the building, and I don't see traffic for sure not being a big issue.
I'm not worried about our current situation. The other thing you should be a little bit concerned about is that during COVID, the RPI has had to reduce the number of students that are on campus. So it could be even an exalted demand that you're benefiting from. I don't know what the ramifications of that are, but anyways. But we're trying to approve this for the future. I've said it, repeated myself often, saying that I still do feel that is a massive beast to put on that block. And I just cannot just let it go. So I will let it go for the moment, but the question is whether I guess we should proceed on. And I'm Sarah, one of the questions I had is where we are on the environmental assessment, the EAF, on this project. I should probably ask Aaron the question.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought that was, I didn't hear you say me, but I thought you were asking me. Where are we at the EAF in terms of what? They've submitted a short form for this. Actually, I reviewed that, and I think there were some answers to some questions that I'd like a little bit more detail on. So I will reach out to the applicant and get a revised short form. But
okay.
but as far as the seeker review for this is an unlisted action, given its size. it really will be up to the board if the responses on the EAF, if they require any additional documentation on that
Okay,
stuff.
well-
So, for instance, one of the things I heard this evening was traffic related. My opinion would be that the applicant has addressed that, but if the commission feels that some additional information is needed, they could request some additional information. Parking, parking, I'd have to defer to Andy on that. As parking is part of our zoning code, I don't believe the commission, and Andy will correct me if I'm wrong, I don't believe the commission is in a position to say that that this project is not providing enough parking to be approved. That would be stepping on the toes of the ZBA.
So, yeah, I wasn't thinking so much of parking as us requiring more parking, but just saying that the beast is too big for the site. That, they've done the best they can to cram this all in there, but to me, it just seems like it's, but we'll have to look at that. So we're not talking about any action on that tonight. No action.
The one thing that the planning commission could do this evening is the planning commission could decide to declare themselves lead agency for the purposes of seeker review. As I said, this is an unlisted action, so a coordinated review is not required.
Mm-hmm.
So the board or the commission could make that determination this evening.
If people want to. I guess that's my questions. Thank you.
Aaron, at this time, could we ask you to very briefly let us know where in the pipeline this proposal is moving with regard to public utilities and other staff reviews? Or should we ask Cosmo that question?
Well, I mean, I can take it if you'd like. So the applicant has already communicated that they're working with DPU and Chris Whalen for the utility connections necessary for this project. The only part of that review that I think the commission would be interested in is the potential for any design changes based on the CSO requirements in this area. So this project is discharges to a CSO. The city cannot allow any increases to that system, and so the applicant will have to demonstrate that they are not increasing flows to the CSO, and if there's the potential that they will have to demonstrate that they can mitigate those increases. The likelihood that results in any significant changes to this project are minimal. In fact, the applicant, having already done phase one, has gone through a similar calculation, and it's everyone's understanding that no mitigation measures were needed for that, so it's unlikely anything will be required for this project. The only other agency that we are waiting for comments back on is the fire department. That's twofold. We want to make sure that adequate turning movements can be made to service the building from the outside. And then we also want the fire department to take a look at the stair locations for the building. So that doesn't require full architectural plans by any means, but the fire department, if you recall, Sarah, I know that you were on the commission at the time when we reviewed the True Hotel on 6th. The fire department made some comments about access to the building at a later stage, and that kind of required some reworking of the architecture. So that's something that, I think the commission may want to wait until they get comments back from the fire department before any further actions taken on this proposal.
Thank you. That was perfect. Unless there are objections, I would open I would open up to the commissioners to make a motion. First, regarding the city acting as lead agency for seeker. Do we have a motion?
Move that the city act as lead agency for seeker.
Would that be city, would that be the planning commission or the city?
I guess the planning commission. Okay. I move that the planning commission be made, totally lost my train of thought. Lead agency for seeker.
This is Sarah. I will second that motion. Aaron, would you
Yes,
manage
yep.
your voting?
I'm getting there. Okay. Barbara?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
Dee Dee? Dee Dee, I didn't hear that, if that,
Yes.
thank you. Anthony? Okay, Anthony, I'll mark that as an abstention. Suzanne?
Yes.
Okay, 4-0, the motion passes.
And with regard to the site plan review for this project proposal, may I make a motion to table the review until additional information has been provided and consideration of the plethora of commentary has been considered and incorporated into the proposal? I make that motion to table.
I second.
Barbara?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
Dee Dee?
Yes.
Anthony? I'll mark that as an abstention. Suzanne?
Yes.
4-0, the motion passes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Cosmo. There remains 4 projects on our agenda for discussion this evening. The next of which I would anticipate quite a long description of the project and plenty of feedback from the community. I would like to suggest that we take a 5-minute break and reconvene at 8:30 p.m. Andy, is that acceptable?
Personally, absolutely, but I would do it by motion.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion that we pause the meeting for 5 minutes and reconvene thereafter. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Let's just say, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, motion passes.
Thank you. This is Sarah. Fellow commissioners, if you would just state your name if you are back and active in the meeting, please.
Suzanne Spellin.
Dee Dee Rudolph.
Barbara Higbee.
Anthony Moen.
Thank you very much. Let us continue with our agenda. The next item for review is PL 2020-12, renovations and site plan review for the Atrium Winter Garden. The proposer, David Bryce, is proposing major alterations to the atrium and Freer building, including retail space, office space, and a parking garage. So we invite the representative to propose for this proposal to describe the proposal. And that is Barb Nelson. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I'm Barb Nelson, Director at TAB. We are the agents for this project. We are not the architectural designers. We are helping Bryce companies work through the historic tax credit certifications for the project. Yes, the atrium is indeed an historic building. The SHPO took the initiative to reform our downtown historic district to include the atrium because it was a donut hole in our district, and because they felt it worthy and important. I'm going to really try. It's been a great meeting, and I'm sorry it's so late. I'm going to try to keep this as short as possible. What we are hoping to do tonight is introduce you to the project, get you familiar with the concepts. It is, in fact, a conceptual design. We are not seeking any formal approvals tonight, other than talking about property line changes, which I'll get to. Again, I'll try to be quick, but jump in with questions if you wish. So do you have the, Aaron, should I share my screen, or do you want to follow with the?
Barb, you should be able to share your screen. Just
okay, so I will do that.
Yeah. Yep. And if it doesn't work, yell at me.
I would never. Just trying to get my mouse. Here we go. Here we go. Share screen. And I am going to share that screen. Share. Okay. Do you now see the first page of the submission?
We do. Thanks.
Great. Okay. And I'm looking in this direction at the screen. Okay, so Bryce Companies, LLC owns all of the atrium and the Freer building. They also own the parking garage, the Uncle Sam parking garage. This project is, again, conceptual review and perhaps even preliminary approval of the alterations that are proposed here. The Freer building itself is receiving some restoration work, the skylight of the building, the sidewalks, some changes to the doorways and the facades, but all of those are changes which bring back and restore the original character of the building. So I won't go into that in a lot of detail at this point. Just conceptually, the Freer building is much revered and respected in this proposal. And as you can imagine, if tax credits are involved, which that's our objective, it will be scrutinized by SHPO, and any changes made to the Freer building will bring it back closer to its historic original condition. The atrium building itself, I'm going to scroll through here. The atrium building itself is almost 50 years old and is very badly in need of a facelift. SHPO is most concerned, and we've had several meetings with them, as you might imagine, to get to this point. Their concern is that the central atrium shape, volume of the building, the central stair, that all of that be preserved, that it is the mall nature of this building that is its historic signature. Even though some of us may feel it is one of the severest examples of a bad urban renewal project, yet it is historic in that very, for that very reason. And so the actual nature of the volume of the building will not change, interior. But here you can see on the right a flavor of how Bryce Companies expects to transform it, and this is all approvable by SHPO. This is a matter of materials and colors, highlighting the structure, giving it some more earthy texture and depth, and yet keeping its overall spatial volume intact and its purpose. We are not changing the purpose of this building. It is now offices, professional offices and retail. It will remain professional offices and retail, but we hope to see another addition above the roof line, and I'll get to that. So there's also a rebranding happening here. So we move from the Troy atrium that we've all know and love to a space we call the Winter Garden. So you'll see more foliage inside, and it will become the long-term home, permanent home of the farmers market. A lot of work has gone into negotiations between the market and the owner. Here again, we're staying really conceptual at this point. On the left, we see the atrium as we know it. This is 3rd Street here along the bottom. Here's the atrium and the stairway and the fountain. And what you'll see up here is retail area to be removed. This quadrant of the building, if we look to the right, we see what's proposed. This quadrant of the building will actually be removed, demolished, diminished to the ground, and brought back up as a parking garage. And I have some plans of how that works, but again, you see that what's most important to SHPO and the historic nature of the building is that the mall, the central mall nature of the building remains. What you see here is what we know as a corridor here along 4th Street, which is just wide open glass and not very active. Because we now have mostly offices instead of a busy typical mall. We're going to move this corridor down so that it is more central to the building, and this new corridor will exit out onto River Street. Onto Broadway. And then push this area of offices toward 4th Street so it can take advantage of those windows. So there'll be lights on it, at dusk. There will be people and activity you'll see there. It may, we don't know yet whether it's a major retail establishment, whether it's an office, a museum, a senior center, it could be any number of things. And Bryce Companies is very in tune with the viability of retail tenants. And so I can just assure you that David is thinking big and thinking broadly about what will be viable in the heart of downtown. But anything that happens here is made more viable by the addition of more parking. And I will emphasize what you know is that there is no parking requirement here in the downtown zone, but we all realize that doesn't mean there's no parking need. And so David is proposing an extra 300 cars here in this quadrant of the building. This new corridor, the concept here is to actually line this corridor with small retail booths, if you will. Maybe they have roll-up glass garage doors, but this is an area where farmers market vendors would be able to rent full-time space. And so they could be, only if they were willing to be open several days a week. And whether that ends up being 2 days a week or 5 days a week, that's up to David and his leases. But the concept is that this would be activated, much more activated, and that we would see some of those farmers market vendors, of which there are now about 150, and this might house, I don't know, 25 or so. So not everybody is going to want to be full-time in downtown Troy, but some vendors do, and the intent here is to activate the mall, activate the corridor with that. This opening out onto Broadway then helps activate Broadway. We know that what a dull kind of long facade that is. So in concept, very simple shift in the footprint. And again, SHPO is on board with these concepts here in plan. So let's look at how that impacts the outside of the building. Here we have the full 3rd Street elevation. We know the Freer building well. We see that preserved. We know the steps coming up from 3rd Street, that remains. And we know that the atrium with its solar, well, it doesn't have the solar anymore, but with the pyramid glass on top. Up here, what we see is just a preliminary concept of some sort of 3rd level emerging up out of the atrium building that we know, because there is a demand for real estate in downtown Troy. Now these, as we know, the whole world is in flux, but we will come out of COVID at some point. And as I said, David is very much in tune to what will be viable, and he's not going to build something that's not viable. So this could be 1 floor, could be 2, but it is this concept just gives you a sense of how we start to emerge on top of that 2-story space there. What we also see is this piece here. Once the atrium is renovated more as the Winter Garden, what we want to do is provide access from these upper floors of the Freer building directly down into the atrium. So that involves some ramping, some bridges, some really interesting and dynamic architecture inside. And so on the outside, it will manifest itself as an addition here to the Freer building. Again, all of this architecturally, visually, it has is to be determined. There is all of this work, conceptual work, is done by Bryce Companies in-house. An architect from the West Coast is working out an agreement with Bryce Companies right now. So when the architect for the project is brought on, then you will see real proposal, real architecture. Not to diminish anything David has done, but you will see something, a more realistic proposal. But this is really meant to give us, get us comfortable with the idea of adding up to the atrium and adding sideways onto the Freer building. The expectation is that one would still see the Freer sign. This is a great photo of when the atrium was under construction. The Freer sign itself would be visible up on top of the existing building. You can see the addition is set back. And in fact, we can imagine that the interior space here would have exposed brick wall and would see that Freer sign in super graphic in the office space that is there, or circulation. We could see, a restaurant level here, taking advantage of the great terrace that is there. These terraces here are really underutilized. The courtyard here would also become a spill out space that perhaps a restaurant would take up space here, and we would see some glass doors opening up from this space. So again, we're trying to take that mall concept, that 60s, 70s mall concept, and really turn it inside out again. Keep its central circulation space in the middle, because it's a very important space here in Troy. You know, to have a place like that that is accessible in the winter, where events can happen and things like that. So that's very important. We're not going to lose that at all, but we want to make the building more forgiving and more porous to the exterior here, to our city streets. Here we get a little more exciting. We can see the very inactive facade and the wide sidewalk where the only activities that really take place there are an occasional attempt by the farmers market to do weekday markets, which will be much easier when the market actually, you know, when there's a welcoming doorway here that opens into a corridor, takes you into the mall. Now there's a reason to walk down that side of Broadway and turn into the Winter Garden. I will see here, we see a sign for the Troy Farmers Market. And also along this facade, we would see more openings introduced, and they would be in keeping with the architecture of the sort of white steel and glass box that we have now. This third floor, third, fourth, whatever emerges here, again, this is highly conceptual, and when the architects come on board and the financing gets closer to finalized, we'll see more of what emerges up here. But this is an attempt here to, so these are additions, these glass boxes here are additions onto the building, which are almost bays, a number of them, which create a canopy underneath. And visually, you know, they're not very deep. This is 4 to 6 feet or so. We're just trying to reintroduce a Victorian rhythm to Broadway, but also we must pay respect to this long brick facade. So the thought is that, so the instructions to the architects, this is really a schematic concept, which is a set of instructions to the architect of record. That this brick wall would still, it would be ghosted back there. Inside the space, you'd see it. And so what is most important here to SHPO and the historic preservation aspect of the project is that we never forget what that original building was, for better or worse, that we can still sense it, we can still feel it, and yet the addition has enhanced the experience of the building and is certainly more fitting to the program. The loading dock remains where it is. There's a loading dock on both sides of the building, and both of those remain. Oh, try to get my screen back here for you. Okay. Right, so loading dock here, the new Winter Garden entrance that takes you into the whole mall there. These would be individual entrances into retail or office spaces. And then this entrance existing remains as existing. So again, the instructions to the architect here are to completely activate Broadway landscape and hardscape so that it is really an attractive cityscape and not a leftover edge of a suburban mall. Okay, now we have turned the corner. We're on 4th Street. We're coming around the corner from Broadway. No changes proposed here, except that as we showed in the plan, that these, this glass wall becomes available to interior tenants. So again, now we see lights on at night and we see activity during the day. This entrance here on 4th Street, no changes there. but what we see are this possible growth of the building going, becoming taller. But the original glass facade here on 4th all remains. It is repaired and restored and painted, but it keeps its original character. Here, big change. So what we see now is a large, fairly plain brick facade, has a little rhythm to it, but it really doesn't do much justice to our walkable Victorian downtown. It is replaced. It is actually brought to the ground and replaced with a parking structure, which would have a new entrance here off of 4th Street. So we are asking in the site plan for a new curb cut. We would lose 2 spaces on the street, but we are gaining 300 spaces here for for tenants and customers in the building. The corner here, all of this is parking structure except right at the corner here, a retail piece is proposed so that it reflects the other 4 corners that are all retail at Fulton and 4th Street. So here you see again this little bit of retail space tucked under the parking garage there. So this is the view looking up Fulton Street. Again, this is kitty corner from the Ilium building and the shop that is there. And here we see the building kind of stepping up in height to match the Freer building. This is the loading dock, which exists and remains. This is the area of the bridge, and that's kind of an unknown right now. As everyone's pretty familiar, the condition of the Uncle Sam parking garage, some of it has been called into question. David is looking at what that means, engineering wise, what can be repaired, what can be replaced. But that's a whole nother proposal. That will come to you down the road. He does have great ideas, but that will come to you at a different proposal. Right now we are focused entirely on this block between Broadway and Fulton, between 3rd and 4th. So this gives you a sense of the exterior. This has been presented to the Historic Review Committee. I expect to go, what you see here are some slight revisions since we met with the HRC, and I expect to be back meeting with them in a week or so, just to update them and show them these changes that have happened. What is of utmost importance to the owner and to the Planning Commission right now is the fact that in order to achieve the concepts that we've just looked at, there is some land that needs to be exchanged from the City of Troy to Bryce Companies. Now, forgive me, the surveyor's plan here is 180 degrees from the other plans I showed you. So step back. Now Broadway is here on your left and Fulton Street is here on your right. Pretty much, there's the facade of Fulton Street there. Excuse me. So site plan wise, again, the 2 loading docks remain. The shape and footprint of the building remains, except for the fact that we need, in order to lay out a parking plan in here, those dimensions are very exacting. We have to have so many feet for turning radiuses and so many feet for cars parking, and it almost fits. But what is needed is 2 feet along this side of 4th Street. So Bryce Companies needs to obtain actual ownership of, let's see here, 4th Street parcel to be acquired, 0.0086 acres. This is a 2-foot intrusion into the sidewalk on 4th Street. And that will make this parking garage piece viable. And again, I'll show you back up here. So that is along this sidewalk here, a 2-foot encroachment into the sidewalk. And it's not just an encroachment, it's a full foundation. So Bryce is looking to acquire that from the city of Troy. Also, to develop the Broadway facade with bays and canopies hanging over. What we have here now is this very broad sidewalk, which I don't have a dimension here, but it's got to be almost 25 feet, maybe 30. Looking to acquire a 10-foot swath along this side, which does not encroach on anything. In fact, it kind of starts to bring the building to where it really should be. But it is mostly on the 2nd floor. Only a portion of it, of the building, actually hits the sidewalk. But Bryce is looking to purchase and acquire 0.068 acres here. Now, what's really also very interesting, most people don't know that the city of Troy actually owns the atrium, this portion of the atrium itself. It does not follow the exact footprint of the atrium space, but it is a property that the city of Troy actually owns. Bryce Companies has pretty much maintained it, for all of the years that they've owned the rest of the building, and we're looking at this point to actually acquire that from the city. So I don't know if that's called a subdivision or just an acquisition, but James Rath and Steve Streichman could advise further on, and perhaps Andy, on what actions the Planning Commission needs to take in order to allow these 3 pieces of property to be conveyed over to Bryce Companies. A little more detail on the site plan.
If I could just chime in for just a quick second. The Planning Commission itself won't take any actions that allow for the conveyance. That'll be a city, that'll be handled through the city.
Okay.
But the Planning Commission will have the ability to approve the project as a whole.
I see. Okay, great.
It'll be, ultimately, it'll be if it's a lot line adjustment or something that falls within the subdivision regulations, then the Planning Commission would act on that.
Okay. I would imagine that.
I would just add to that, the Planning Commission could act and then condition any of its actions on acquisition of those lands from the city. So the Planning Commission review and action on this project wouldn't be held up by those negotiations with the city itself. They could condition any approvals upon it.
I see. Thank you, Andy. So good. And I imagine that as the city decides whether to convey this land, as the city council probably is involved there and the administration, I would imagine they'd be looking to the Planning Commission as well to make sure everything, they were doing something that was copacetic with the Planning Commission's intent. Here you get a little sense of how this actually works at the ground level. We would see a new curb cut here for an entrance and an exit. This is the only entrance and exit from this parking garage, vehicular entrance and exit. Here's that little chunk of retail right at the corner. On the upper floors, it's all parking. In red, you see the existing circulation through the building, existing loading docks, existing entries here on 3rd Street, here at the corner. And then the blue shows you new entrances and exits. That one actually, I think that one exists. but here we'd see new entrances coming into retail space. And here you get a little preview of how this could work as a restaurant and bar. Again, it would be just so lovely to see people inside those windows instead of the backs of office, state worker desks. Some of us remember when this was a retail space and you saw mannequins and people shopping. But again, this could be lovely either as retail or as restaurant that could spill out here into this courtyard and take advantage of this courtyard. All of these sidewalks would be repaired. These courtyard spaces and the interior would have new pavers, a whole new look to them. And likewise, this area along Broadway would also get some well-deserved landscape attention. There I am scooting around here. Okay. And here's just a glimpse of that upper floors. There's some concept of construction extruding up from the building. Most likely it will be set back somewhat from the outside footprint of the existing building to differentiate it from the historic building. That's a SHPO concern. Here we see how we need an addition here to expand office space up here. These tenants have already requested more space and they want to push out. But then we need sort of a ramp and bridge access to get across the atrium. What am I almost done here? Yeah, I think for the most part, I'm open to questions. And again, just want to reinforce that we are in parallel talking to the Historic Review Committee and to the SHPO. SHPO is actually very excited because they intentionally got this project listed on the register and included in our downtown historic district specifically, so tax credits could be available to inspire its renovation, which really is badly needed. And it is the heart of our downtown. David's work on the Quackenbush building is, I think, a shining example of what can be done when tax credits and creative developers get together. So hopefully that sets the tone. And I'm wide open to questions. I know it's late. I'm sorry if I talked too long.
So before commissioner questions, just a couple of things. Barb, you're saying that this is on the registry?
Yes.
So then this is Andy, this would be a type 1 seeker action, is that correct?
The test for type 1 is if it's a project that is substantially contiguous to something that is on a historic register. So if the commission determines that this is substantially contiguous, then yes, it would be a type 1 action.
I think that's a given. So thank you, that jogs my memory. What we would really like to see tonight is for the Planning Commission to declare itself lead agent in that seeker review. And that's, one step that takes us closer. But so pretty much what I've laid out, we're in that chicken and egg situation. The owner needs to hire an architect to really, test out these concepts, but really doesn't want to do that until he knows he has a very good chance of acquiring the lands that are needed to accomplish the project. So to have seeker leadership declared and to just get some feedback on the project in general and the conveyance of those lands would be really
and if the Planning Commission were to to act and declare themselves lead agent? I mean, are they allowed to do that, or do we have to do a 30-day notice to other interested agencies?
If they declared their intention to be lead agency this evening, they would have to notify all interested and identified involved agencies of that intention, and then give them 30 days to either request themselves be lead agency or consent to the planning commission.
Okay.
And the other important component of it being a type 1 action is that a long environmental assessment form is required rather than the short form.
All right. Did I give you the long one?
I believe we have the short form.
Okay. Yeah, you have a lot of other information back up here too.
So anyway, those are just a couple of administrative items that I wanted to make sure we get out of the way here. So the short form was submitted. We will need the long form, and Sarah and Dee Dee, if you guys choose to act on the lead agency thing tonight, that does set off a 30-day notice that would have to go out to other agencies. Now, I think that list of agencies is actually a result of the long form, because we'd have to know all the agencies that are permitting this project. Barb, so do you have if you could provide a list of those?
Sure.
You mentioned SHPO, so New York State Office of Parks and Historic Preservation. I don't know if you need any DEC permits. DOT, perhaps. I don't know if you need any of those types of permits.
I really don't think so, but I'm open to your advice. The only one I could think of was SHPO.
Okay. Is either one of those? Well, yeah. I mean, either one of the streets there, or is it a state route?
Oh, DOT. 3rd Street is, I think.
Okay.
Okay.
I can look into that for you. And
thank you.
Yep.
And also, Aaron, because the project contemplates the transfer of city-owned property, I think the city itself, at least, would be at least an interested agency, if not an involved agency.
Okay.
Yes, you're right. The city council would be an interested. Yep.
And ZBA would be involved if any setbacks were required.
Well, the setbacks are all existing. It's an existing building, so, and the setbacks required are all 0.
All I'm saying is if you need any variances whatsoever, then the ZBA is involved. If you don't, they're not.
Okay. I did not interpret that any variances were going to be required.
Well, what we can do, Barb, is I can reach out to code enforcement and just take a closer look through the plan and basically just summarize their findings for you.
Okay.
So I'll get back to you on DOT and their involvement, if any.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any transportation authority that would be involved as part of this project?
We're not impacting this project, not impacting any bus stops or no, I don't think so.
Okay. All right, guys, that's all I had.
Okay.
Thanks, Aaron. Before commissioners weigh in and we discuss action to be taken this evening, we very much like to hear brief comments from the community. So I see no active videos. Therefore, if you would simply unmute yourself and state your name and address and share your comments, please.
Hi, Sarah. Congratulations. This is Maria Mazzi at 1922 Fifth Avenue. This is certainly a really involved project. At this point, My only question is whether there has been something scheduled with the neighborhood to discuss this project?
I don't think there has been, but you know what, Marie? That's a great idea. And can you tell me how, like, is there, what neighborhood group could we reach out to? Is it the Downtown Neighborhood Association?
In the past,
Okay.
the projects, downtown projects have gone to the meeting of the downtown neighborhood.
Okay.
I know it's a little complicated now because of COVID, but I imagine that if nothing else, a Zoom meeting could be arranged.
Sure.
I imagine you have that capability. I know other people do as well.
I absolutely do. Is there a regular meeting date?
It's been a while since we've had one because of the epidemic. It's either the second or third Monday usually.
Okay.
Of the month. I can find out and let you know.
If you could, that would be great. I'd be glad to set one up on Zoom and we could go through this same set of renderings and answer questions.
It would be great
Sure.
to go through it again. Elaborate.
There are a lot of moving parts here. So again, we're just trying to get everyone familiar with the idea that this big change is in the wings. And it's a big change, but it's really not. It's a lot of it is cosmetic, but then this idea of the parking garage and the extra levels on top, that's definitely a change. So Sarah, I will reach out to Marie and we will set something up well before the next Planning Commission meeting.
That sounds great. Thanks, Barb. Thank you, Marie. Is there anyone else who would like to speak up?
This is David. I think I should just say I'm here. And thanks, Barb.
You're welcome, David.
Hi, David.
Hi, Sarah.
Anyone else? There clearly are many participants, probably some for the next agenda items, but I suspect lots of people excited about this future project. I know I am one of them. I shopped at Carl's, Barb, as a student. And this looks great. It's a great start. So I don't have any questions. I'm just really excited to see more. I will say, and Aaron, Andy, anyone on the commission challenge this, but it does seem like there are enough things up in the air that it would be challenging to take action on the seeker question this evening. And certainly action on site plan review would be challenging. So my recommendation would be that we can continue to collect feedback for you, but I'm not imagining a huge amount of resistance. So fellow commissioners, please weigh in.
I think it's a great project. That's all I have to say at this point.
Thanks, Suzanne.
That's good to hear.
Sarah, it's Andy. I think you can, if the board chooses to, declare yourselves lead agency this evening. If you believe you're the appropriate agency to be the lead agency for the environmental review, and based upon what I've seen from the application, I think that you absolutely would be. You can declare yourselves lead agency this evening and then Aaron and I can work together with the applicant to determine what other interested and involved agencies are out there and contact them. The benefit to doing that this evening is actually a benefit to the applicant because we have to give a 30-day notice period to interested and involved agencies. So if you declare lead agency this evening, that gives staff the ability to get those notices out there now. Whereas if you wait to a future meeting to declare lead agency, the 30-day clock starts at that point. So there is a benefit to the applicant from a time perspective to declare lead agency this evening. Of course, if the board determines that they are the appropriate lead agency, in my opinion, I think you would be.
Andy, thank you, because I think I got that out of sequence when I heard you describe it earlier. So thank you. Any other commissioner comments or questions? I think we're, Barbara?
That we should declare ourselves lead agent tonight and get the ball rolling.
Barbara, would you like to make a motion to,
Sure.
to declare?
Okay, and someone can fix it. I move that the Troy Planning Commission declare itself lead agency for purposes of this application. Anybody want to fix it?
Second, this is Anthony.
Okay, Anthony, I get you as a second. Sarah?
Yes.
Dee Dee?
Yes.
Suzanne?
Yes.
Barbara?
Yes.
Anthony?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Great. Thank you very much, because that really does allow us to cement the discussion with SHPO and show the architects that we're hoping to involve here that the city is serious and wants to see more. So thank you very much.
You are welcome. Barb, is there anything else that you need from the commission this evening?
I don't think so. Can you,
Okay. We look forward to seeing more.
Great, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sarah, could we get a motion to table the application?
Absolutely. This is Sarah, and I offer a motion to table the site plan review of this project.
This is Suzanne. I second it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, 5-0.
Thank you, Barb and David.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Take care. I'll stop sharing my screen now. That's what I have to do. Oh, come on.
I think I can.
Can you do it?
I think,
Oh, it's up here. I see it.
oh, you got it? Okay.
Stop share. All right. Sorry about that.
It's okay.
Okay. Thank you. So moving on to our next agenda item, PL 2020-18. This is a change of use. It's at 625 River Street. James Magger is proposing to convert an existing ambulance garage into 2 retail storefronts, one for a barber shop and one for a coffee shop. Do we have the project's representative or proposer here with us?
Yes, board, this is James Mager.
Thank you. Okay, so please do you need to share your screen?
I don't have, I'm on vacation right now, so I don't have the plans with me. I did send the electronic version site plan over to James. So I'm hoping you guys have it. I know you guys have a hard copy, and he should have the electronic copy.
Yeah, guys. I'll try to. I'll do my best here to try to share that right now.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I'm new to this whole Zoom thing, so I really wouldn't even know how to share it, even if I had it.
That's quite all right. I'm in that same boat, so I'm gonna give it my best shot here, and you guys can just continue to discuss the proposal here.
So James, would you be, right now,
Yeah.
I will speak for myself.
Okay.
I am looking at the site plan prepared by NMB Land Surveying.
Yes.
And if you would describe for us your project. Aaron, do you want me to share? I can do that. I've got it ready. I'm going to go for it.
Sarah, do you want me to go ahead and start to explain?
Yes, please do.
Okay. Okay. So currently, I own Troy Grooming Company at 205 River Street. I've outgrown the space, and I think, as we've all been talking about tonight, we need more parking for our downtown businesses. So when Mohawk Ambulance decided to move, I reached out to the owners because I thought that would be a perfect place for me to move, because I have ample parking and ample space to further down the line develop something on the river out back. So my barbershop would be occupying, if you're looking at the building, the two right bays, one with the walk-in door, one with a garage door. And Superior Merchandise, who has a location on 4th Street, is looking to open a second location to just manufacture coffee beans and distribute. They want to make their own coffee. They already do now, but they want to expand that so they can sell it to markets and other coffee shops.
Okay, so James, would you describe to us the changes to the property that you would plan to make, both of the site and parking area, but also the building, if any?
This site, as you can see, what Nate did is he marked out the parking spots. We'll maintain the green space. There's 3 planters out front. I'll obviously clean them up and make them a little bit better than the ambulance company did. The facade, the only changes will be the old-fashioned style garage doors will be replaced with, for lack of a better explanation, like firehouse doors, full screen glass. Superior Merchandise will have 2 of them. One will also have a pass-through door in theirs, but that can also be used as a regular garage door. And my space will have 1 garage door. Other than that, it would just be, upon us tenants to do a regular fit up on the inside. There will be more lighting added to the outside of the building. And there is a light pole there that needs a more Troy fitting light, like something more Victorian looking on top of it, rather than they have like these LED like box lights up there. I want to put like an old fashioned, like our street lights are, like what's on the street. I like to put one of those heads on top of my light pole.
Okay, thank you very much. I suspect that my fellow commissioners will have a few questions before we weigh in. Can we open it up to any comments from the community, please? I have lost my tiled view of participants.
Do we still have the board with us at least?
We do. Everyone is here. Yeah, we're good. I just don't see anyone raising their hand.
What just happened? Did something happen, Sarah, or?
No, it's just my user interface.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yep, just me. Okay, I'm just going to ask one more time. Anyone still participating on this Zoom meeting that would like to weigh in on this project? Okay, so I offer the floor to fellow commissioners, Barbara, Anthony, Dee Dee, Suzanne.
Well, this is Suzanne. As someone who lives not very far from here, I'm glad to see that you're going to do something great with it, Jamie. I was wondering, you know, you've got a boatload of parking there. Do you need that much, or are you looking to do something else with part of that lot?
Susan, as of right now, you're right. There is too much parking, right? My vision is to add on to the building down the road, like the two other houses I did in your neighborhood on Fifth Ave.
Yeah.
To maybe not something with that facade. I don't know if it will be retail or office space. I guess we'd have to wait to see where the city is in a couple of years and where that neighborhood is, see where 701 River is at, where 444 River is at, to see what the need is. But you're 100% right there. I don't need all that parking, but to please the board and everyone involved, I wanted to show that I had ample parking.
Okie dokie.
The only concern I have is that because of the nature of what the business is now, I guess it is a business.
Right.
There's no real walk-up entry for, if I understand this correctly, sort of the piece that protrudes. I think it's the southern portion of the building.
Yes.
That's closest to River Street. And so how will, and that's where Superior is going to be, right?
Yes, they will use that as their loading docks because that's an actual ramp portion. So that's where the coffee will be brought in by, forklift or however. Their entrance door will be in the first bay on the shorter side of the building.
So is that a common entrance for both businesses?
No,
Okay.
there'll be a dividing wall in between the two sections. And yet I'll have a walk-through door, the existing, it'll not be that ugly steel door. A wall in between the four bays. So we each have two. And their door would be in the first short bay that they would own.
Okay.
And there is, I see what you're saying. It's really not designated like where you walk in, but in front of the short bays, for whatever reason, Mohawk, there's like it goes from asphalt to sidewalk. Same elevation, but it's designated. Like if you were to come out of my barbershop, you'd follow the sidewalk and you'd walk into the next door. So it looks like a strip mall feel, I guess you could use.
Okay, that makes sense. Aaron, are there any questions that you might have on behalf of the city?
Yes. I mean, there's a few comments I would have on the site plan. There's 3 existing curb cuts that are there today. The parking plan as shown appears to only, I don't know if you can see my markups here. Let me see. It appears to only need that. Do you all see the blue?
Yes, we do.
Okay. It appears to only need that curb cut. There's also this easement that was granted over here for access from this curb cut. I don't think you can do away with that one because I believe it's for the adjoiner.
Yes. Yeah.
However, the curb cut that is here would really no longer serve any purpose because of the parking field that's here. And my suggestion would be to take this parking and orient it this way and do away with that curb cut.
Aaron, that's what I proposed to my surveyor. He wanted you guys to make that decision.
Okay.
Because he said if he was to put a couple more, because that parking space really isn't going to be there, Aaron, because then Superior won't be able to use that door.
So there's a door, is there a door right here?
Yes, that's going to be their overhead door, so that parking really doesn't exist. That shouldn't even be on there.
Okay, is the curb cut going to need to be there in order to access that overhead door?
Yes, because it'll be like more of a box truck, so that would be what they would use. I think if they were to use the first one,
right here then.
yes, they're going to be entering right there. If you were to use the first circle you made, I think it's going to be too tight if we got people parked in front of the building.
Okay, then as far as the city's concerned, then I don't see any opportunity to lose any curb cuts, and it doesn't appear that any vehicles will be backing out onto a city street or something like that.
No, there's
my only other suggestion would just be one that was already made here, which is some sort of pedestrian connection to the sidewalk if possible.
Yes. There'll be some type of a designated, if you look, see, I don't know how you do that blue thing, but in front of the three short bays, yep, and now come around the north side of the building, there is an existing concrete walkway there.
So maybe a connection could be made this way.
Yes.
Here and delineate the loading area from the parking area, perhaps. It's just a thought. I don't know exactly physically how it would be done.
Yep.
That's not what tonight's meeting is for. But basically, if this site plan could be revised to maybe show
it probably will be. The point of getting it in was just to get the project approved so that I could get to work on the buildings, and then so that I could get code plans, and then I could get to work on the place.
So James, this is Sarah. Would you be willing to, if we were to make your approval contingent upon this, would it be acceptable to you that you render the parking in front of Superior's overhead door as non-existent? You would delete that from your plan.
Mm-hmm.
And you would simply extend that concrete sidewalk that runs along the front of the deeper portion of your building and make a connection to the what I would call the public way or the city concrete sidewalk. Would that be reasonable to you?
I don't want to remove the parking in front of the three shorter bays. Like I said,
no, I'm not.
Oh, okay. You just want the one in front of the long bay, correct?
What we want is to have.
Get rid of that. Yep.
Right.
And yes, that can be done.
What Aaron's drawing.
Yes,
okay.
That can absolutely be done because there's going to have to be some resurfacing done in that parking lot anyways. So for me to dig a 3.5 foot wide trench there and pour a nice sidewalk that, you could drive over, but it designates how you get to the building, then yes, absolutely.
Great. Okay. Okay. Do we have a motion from one of the commissioners to take action on this site plan review?
Sarah, it's Andy, if I may.
Yes.
This would be classified as a type 2 seeker action, not requiring seeker review, if the square footage of the building is less than 4,000 square feet gross floor area. I don't see anywhere in the application materials what the square footage is. but if the applicant or Aaron could confirm that it's definitely less than 4,000, then it's a type 2, you don't have to worry about seeker.
Yes,
I can confirm that's less than 4,000 square feet.
yeah, it is.
Thank you,
Great.
Andy.
Thanks.
Okay, did we have a motion?
This is Suzanne. I move that we, what do we have to do? Sorry,
Just
zoning out
vote
at
yes.
9:37. Sorry, go ahead.
Approve the site plan contingent upon removal of parking in front of the long bay of the building and extend concrete sidewalk to the city sidewalk.
Okay. I move that we accept the site plan with the condition of removing the parking in front of the long bay and extend the sidewalk alongside of the long end and up and around the side.
This is Sarah. I second that motion.
Sarah,
Yes.
Dee Dee,
Yes.
Suzanne,
Yes.
Barbara. Anthony,
Yes.
all in favor? Motion's approved, 5-0.
Thank you, guys. Have a good night, everyone. Thank you.
Good luck, James.
You too.
Thank you. Susan, you'll love it when we're done.
Okay, cool.
Have a good night.
Okay, our second to last proposal for the evening is PL 2020-19. It's a site plan review for a project at 260 Fifth Avenue. Josh Goldstein is the proposer, and he is proposing an auto sales lot at this existing location.
More. Or less.
Josh Goldstein, are you with us to propose, to describe this project for us?
If I could, Chairwoman, Christopher Longo, here representing Josh on the application. I'm with Empire Engineering. Josh is present as well if we need him. So to explain the proposal, this is a property at 260 Fifth Ave. It's in Lansingburg neighborhood at the intersection of 106th Street. It's a former Pizza Hut that's being proposed to be repurposed as a auto sales.
Chris, if you would just excuse me for a second, are you in a position where you can share a site plan for anyone else on the? Thank you.
Yes, I could share the screen. And if you, give me a second here. What I will do is y'all see the photo log, right?
We can.
Okay, so here's the existing site. As I mentioned, it was a former Pizza Hut. They have installed a fence around that now, and it's been up there, I believe, since the pizza has been shut down. So on this 3/4 of an acre, they're proposing an auto sales facility. Josh was in front of the ZBA and obtained a use variance for this use back in September of 2019. The existing zoning district is a community commercial and 2-family residential. It's kind of on the dividing line there. So the proposal is to enhance the existing Pizza Hut, well, the existing structure that's there, and install an overhead door can you see my mouse? If you can't see my mouse,
Yes,
it's
we can, Chris.
Oh, okay. So yeah, that on the south side of the building to install an overhead door here, and then construct a metal building on the south side of the existing lot. So I'll kind of pan through these the photos here. So this is the floor plan of the existing structure. So here's the new garage door on the south side. And this would be a three overhead door proposed metal building, and I'll keep going down and we can go back to that if need be. But so that is proposed on the south side of the lot with the doors facing each other. That's all that's proposed new. The rest of this parcel, as you saw in the photos, is all existing pavement, existing entryways, existing concrete sidewalk and curb and landscaped areas. There are shrubs in the front of the property along Fifth Avenue, except they are kind of overgrown and don't really do too well for auto sales lot. So those would be most likely replaced with a lower lying perennial. I'm not sure that just trimming them down is going to do the trick. So I believe Josh's intention is to probably replace those with a lower lying perennial shrub or small flower. And that would be the only landscaping proposal. There is ample parking on the site, most of which would be used for the auto sales. In this zone, there's required 9 parking spaces. So there is a proposed signage for those 9 customer parking spaces. They are shown on the 106th Street side, but I guess there is an intention maybe those would be in a movable scenario where, if there were auto sales proposed in those parking spaces, those customer parking spaces could be adjusted to a more opportune location. But there will be 9 stalls designated for customer parking only that won't get a car proposed for sale in them. The pavement would be restriped to ensure the parking, and there is a sign proposed. There's no detail for that, but the location is shown here in the corner at the intersection 106th and 5th, in the proper setback off of Fifth Avenue, a minimum of 19.5 feet, and that would be a single freestanding sign. There would be a lighting enhancement. Josh has been working with a company that does a lot with National Grid, that there's a kind of a shared investment on replacing all the existing lights for that building with an LED. And if there's interest in seeing the building as well, it's a metal building. Joe's metal building, prefabricated. So he's a local dealer, and that Josh has been involved with. So that's pretty much the rundown. I won't really belabor much more. The only other one thing I will say is that existing fence that was put in when the old Pizza Hut shut down kind of has proved to be worthwhile here for safety and security. So it's not shown on the site plan, but it would be proposed to be kept on the site, and the access gates enhanced to make sure two-way traffic could go in and out. But for the purpose of safety and security here with the auto sales, he would propose to keep that fencing around the property. So any questions? myself or Josh could certainly answer.
Thanks, Chris. Let's first hear from any neighbors or members of the community. I see no one unmuting themselves. Any fellow commissioners have questions or comments?
Sure, I have a couple questions. Excuse me. So can you describe what the existing fence is? Because I'm not familiar with it.
Yep, I can bring you back up to these photos here.
I can't really, it's just hard to see them.
Yeah.
It's a chain link fence, but it is it appears to be unusually high. But in very good condition.
Hi, can everybody hear me? This is Josh.
Yes.
So the existing fence that's there, I think it's, I believe, an 8-foot fence. And it has one entranceway on 5th Ave, and there's another entranceway on 106, which is right now temporarily blocked off. When the fence company came, I guess that's how they installed it. So originally my plan was, hey, I don't want this fence there. It looks kind of ugly, and what do we need a fence for? But lately, with everything going on and just the security of having a fence around the property, it's actually very nice to feel secure, have the cars locked in. I have recently had a couple cars that got damaged just being at my lot that I'm presently at. If I could keep the fence, I was going to open and broaden the 2 entranceways back to the normal size that they were, make it look a little more presentable, put a nice gate on both ends.
Dee Dee, did you have another question?
Oh, fuck.
Perhaps not. I will ask one question, and it's about the site plan, Aaron, if you don't mind going back to the site plan. If we can just talk briefly about, I was slow in doing some math, but it does appear that the new metal building is rather close to your property line, and the adjacent residence is also pretty close to that property line. So if we can just talk through the dimensions there.
Yes, so the metal building is proposed at 10 foot off of the property line. The side setback there would be 5 foot. So yes, there's a lot going on there because it's actually kind of in the exact location of that existing curb, which is going to be removed. So the building is proposed at 10 feet off. The existing dwelling, if you can see that in the right along, it's kind of right next to the text of the property boundary dimension there. That structure is about only a foot or so off of that property line on the neighboring parcel. So there would be about 11 feet in between the existing building and this proposed building, this one being about 10 feet off of the property line.
Is it at all feasible to pull the building further north and increase the buffer between it and that residence?
There's possibly a little bit, but if you see on the east side, on the alley side of that, there is an existing dumpster enclosure that any further than that concrete pad would start to make the approach to that dumpster a little bit difficult. There's also the scenario of vehicles pulling either out of the larger building or out of these new proposed overhead doors and having to maneuver the 3-point turn. So there's a couple of feet, it could maybe get to 14 feet off of the property line. But any more than that would start to make the approach to the dumpster difficult.
So I'm the dumpster enclosure could be moved. Is that correct? It could move further north to allow for the new metal building to also be placed further north. I'm assuming, yes, I'm assuming correctly because I see the little doors or gates into that enclosure.
Yeah, the dumpster enclosure is pretty much like a gated, they made like a little fortress, so to call, of cement bricks. So it is.
It's concrete block. It's not
Yeah.
just chain link.
Yep, exactly. It's concrete block that they made and then the chain link fence is in front of it to enclose the dumpster.
I think it would be neighborly to maximize the distance between your new building and the adjacent residential building. How far you can go, I don't know.
So I guess another aspect of it would be if there's a vehicle that's parked in, if you look at the existing building, there's the number 3 indicating that there's 3 parking stalls there, two on the Fifth Avenue side and one just east of that hatching that drive up to the curb. So the back of a car would potentially be on the back side of that parking stall. So we really wouldn't want the drive out of the new overhead door to be less than approximately 30 feet so that you can maneuver a car in and out of that overhead door without getting into a multi-point turn. So the existing entry, if you kind of look at that for perspective and dimension, is if that's about 24 feet wide. Again, you could get a little bit, sorry, that's kind of popping up here, but there's maybe a 6 to 8 feet potentially before you get into a kind of tightness between the parking stalls and the new front of the building.
Understood. Dee Dee, what do you think a safe dimension is? It's 24 feet, right? I mean,
Right.
If we had parking opposite those 3 spaces, they could be 24 feet.
Correct. Yes, I think that the proposed metal building could be moved closer to the existing 1-story building. I think the 40-foot, or what is that? What dimension do you have there? Because I don't even see a dimension.
I know, I don't see a dimension.
There isn't a dimension. I can, if you give me a second here, I could get one.
I mean, it looks pretty big because the parking stall is 18 foot long, and that looks like it's.
So that dimension right now from the back of the, if I can, just want to switch. This will be a little bit better. All right, so here you go. You see that dimension there is 40, a little bit over 40 feet from the back of the parking stall to the front of the building.
So I guess the question we're asking is, what is the minimum dimension that you could live with?
I guess I don't want to speak for Josh, but I would say, from a professional perspective, typically it would be, definitely no less than 30 feet coming out of an overhead door or garage door to make a 90-degree turn either to the east or to the west.
I think that's reasonable. It would be a hardship, but I would not be happy if if a metal building showed up 10 feet from my residence. I know that it's within the requirements established, but I think, and clearly your proposal is taking advantage of a fully vacant large lot and bringing something good in, but I would really suggest that you move both of those items north, the new building and the dumpster enclosure. Chris, Josh, is that something that you can accommodate with this project?
I mean, if that's what it takes to build that garage and I had to come a couple more feet off of the project line, I could make that work, of course. As far as the dumpster location where it is, I mean, it was already there, which is why I was going to utilize it. I mean, I could take a peek at that, whether I'm even going to keep it or move it or, shift it down. That wouldn't be a problem if I had to move it, just to make room to put the garage there.
Ideally 10 feet, but I would say a minimum of 5 feet for that proposed metal building.
Might I make a suggestion, Sarah?
Yes.
If the commission's desire is to have some separation between the proposed building and the existing home, perhaps we should just leave that up to the design engineer to maybe go back and take a look at it, because it might involve more than simply moving the building off of the property line. They may take a look at it and come up with a more creative solution, perhaps, for that area.
Okay.
Sarah, this is Barb.
Yes, Barb.
Just a couple questions. And first of all, I'm glad to see this property be used, so I'm happy about that. I'm just wondering, this was a pizza place and it needed a big dumpster. I'm wondering if the whole dumpster thing could be reduced. And then I understand, I agree with your concerns about the side setback on the small building. And I just really don't like the 8-foot fence. I don't know if I want to say it has to be taken down now, but I would hope that the place would be successful enough and the cars would be moving and that it would become a safe location. I think it's not a good sign in a sales mode to have such a tall fence. So it's just comments. I'm not making any of them as requirements.
Barbara, this is Josh. Totally agree with where you're coming from. And my original plan when I was going to move in was, this fence looks awful. I don't want to keep this fence. And when I first was going to buy this property and I was going to have it inspected, there was a 3-week period where they took the lock off of the front gate of the fence because the real estate company didn't have the code, so they cut it off. So within those 3 weeks of the 8 years that place has been locked up, in those 3 weeks it got broken into and somebody started cutting open the walls and taking copper pipes.
Boy, oh boy.
Right, exactly. So that was my first hand on this building, like, oh my God, what am I getting into? And the more and more that I've gone over there, it doesn't bother me. Right now I'm located right around the corner from there. I really like to clean the area up, but to start, that fence really has made me feel a little bit better, especially after it got broken into, that fast. It was a matter of 3 weeks that place was open, and the doors weren't open. They broke into the building, but just not having a lock on the fence, they were already in there. So
good.
For that peace of mind, I mean, I'm going to keep it clean. I know at first my original thought was it looks like an eyesore. I'm going to make it work. I want to make it clean. I want to take the bushes out of the front, lower them, put some nice flowers in the front where everything is visible, make it work. And down the road, if the fence has to go, by all means, maybe I'll take it down. But right now, it's really made me feel better about having some cars over there.
Okay, I understand that. Are you also going to possibly put any cameras in?
Absolutely, for sure, 100%.
Good. Okay, so and just take a look at the sizing of the dumpster, because I think it's
sure. And that's another thing, just like you said, when it was a pizza place, they needed the dumpster. It was huge. For me, I went in there saying, wow, I got a spot for a dumpster. It's great. I'm going to get a dumpster. But that's not something that, push come to shove, that I really need that dumpster in that spot. Or if that had to go, that's really not, something that I'm too concerned about.
Great. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
You're next.
So if I could just add a little bit on that, the location of the building. I think the 5 feet, could certainly be accommodated pretty easy. The maneuver that I'm kind of looking at is a vehicle that's, going to back into the overhead door. I think the 35 feet from the parking stall to the overhead doors would be it would be a little bit easier, especially considering if you look at where the entry is. You're coming in, and if you want to back into that first door, you kind of have to turn left a little bit and start backing up. And if we squeeze that down too much, it would be difficult to make that maneuver. But I do understand the comment about getting as far away from the neighbor as possible. So I think if 15 feet from the property line would be amenable, I think that certainly could be doable. The other thing to note too is that there is a wood fence a 6-foot high wood fence on that near that property line already. So there is a kind of delineator between the house and this property. So it's not necessarily a brand new wall being put up as much as there just will be a building on the other side of the fence.
Understood. Thanks, Chris. Any other commissioners have comments or questions? Given the limited scope of site work, Aaron, are there any concerns we have regarding utilities or any other reviews that are required by the city?
No. This proposal does not create any significant amount of additional impervious area. In fact, I don't think it creates any. Correct me if I'm wrong on that, but yeah, no, the city doesn't have any further comment on this proposal.
Okay. In that case, pardon me, I will make a motion to accept the site plan for this project proposal with the understanding that the proposed metal building will be located in its general location, but will maintain a 15-foot distance between its southern wall and the adjacent residential building.
Can I, before we move on to second, can I have you just restate that one more time here? I wanted to write motion to approve with the condition that the proposed metal building maintain a 50-foot.
Okay, that the southern wall of the proposed metal building be no less than 15 feet from the adjacent residential building, and that it may be minimally reconfigured, but in the same general location as shown on this site plan. What that means, Chris, is like if you wanted to rotate it 90 degrees, but basically anchor it at the center point, that's okay.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Aaron, is that clear enough?
It is.
Yes.
Are there any other contingencies that the commissioners would like to have?
I think we want the distance to not be from the neighboring property building, but to the property line.
Thank you, Dee Dee. So let us be 10 feet from the property line. The southern wall of the new proposed metal building shall be
15 feet from the property line.
Okay, so approved with the condition that the proposed metal building be no less than 15 feet from the adjacent property line and conform to the general location shown.
Very well put. Thank you, Aaron. Yes.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Dee Dee, was that you?
Yes.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 I interpreted that as all in favor. Correct me if I'm wrong. Motion passed.
When do I put the video on?
Thank you.
Thank you guys very much.
Good luck, Josh.
I appreciate it. Everybody have a good night.
Okay, this is.
Chris, are you presenting for Capital City Produce as well?
I am, yes. I guess I was giving anybody else a second to get reorganized while I also do the same, but whenever you guys are ready.
Thank you, and I apologize. I introduced the project completely muted. Three Industrial Parkway. This is a conversion of a vacant warehouse into a wholesale produce distribution center. Chris, you will reshare your screen?
Yes.
Great, thank you.
Right. Okay. So, thank you again, and Christopher Longo again, Empire Engineering, representing the applicant Capital City Produce in their proposal to repurpose this existing vacant building at 3 East Industrial Parkway in South Troy in the waterfront commercial district. This is a proposed warehouse, a produce warehouse and distribution facility. They currently exist over in Manans. The previous use of this building, and I can get zoomed in a little bit more, I believe was a linen service. It's across the street from the Rensselaer County Jail, and then it also borders the railroad tracks, which are to the east. So what is proposed, if I think I need to just switch the screen for a second. What is proposed is a repurposing of the building. No changes to the exterior, but there is a proposed overhead door to be installed near the existing loading docks. So basically one additional loading dock. There would also be right now there's some chain link fence which kind of closes in the front entranceway. That has some privacy slat, or it's privacy slat chain link. I think it was where the break area was. That's all proposed to be removed, and the doorway kind of dressed up to make the entrance a little more inviting. So obviously the first order here is to repurpose the building, and there would also be a proposed sign, not designed yet, but at the corner of this building for the produce facility. There is also a proposal or part of the proposal is to extend the parking area, 2 locations really. First, to have a driveway in for that proposed loading dock, and to have an area to back in and park tractor trailers up against the railroad tracks and extend on that asphalt. And the second area of proposed pavement, and forgive me because this is a little bit different than what was submitted in the packet, but there has been some discussion on the truck route here since we've submitted a month or so back, or a couple months back now. But there's a proposed employee parking lot on the north side, or the rear, really this is the rear of the building, with a new service door and an employee access. That would also include a driveway into the rear of the building and loop the tractor trailers around so that they can have a cleaner approach to back into the loading docks. Currently, and I believe, I guess how the linen service was, is they had to come into the entrance on the south side and make a, backing up kind of 3-point turn before. So what the capital city would propose to do is have the truck entrance be on the north side and then loop them around. This concrete pad or concrete driveway is 15 feet wide, so it's certainly ample to have a one-way traffic pattern for the trucks to get a proper entrance to the loading docks. And so, as I mentioned, the new employee parking area, the requirement is for 35 spaces based on 40 employees, and I guess how that assembly and packaging parking code was a 1.75 spaces for every 2 employees. I'm not really sure how we got the 1/8 of a reduction, but what we're proposing is 41 spaces total, which would essentially be 1 for every employee for the maximum worst case, or a maximum shift. So not shown on this plan, but something we recently we kind of knew about, but also got some recent confirmation on, is there is a project going on along East Industrial Parkway, which construction has actually just began on, and the owners were actually out on the property today and found that there's a concrete sidewalk being installed now. It's been boxed out across the entire frontage. So hopefully we are catching this soon enough before the concrete is poured for this proposed driveway entrance. If the commission would allow this, we would like to catch that construction project before they install a concrete sidewalk which doesn't have a driveway curb cut, so that can be accommodated. Other than that, a couple other notes to mention is some drainage. The drainage scenario is all to existing storm sewers. The proposed employee parking lot is a grassed area right now, which runs upslope towards the center of the building. So that all has a good positive pitch towards the street. And there's a good storm sewer system, a system of catch basins within the loading dock area, which any of the new proposed pavement would just be an extension of, and would drain towards the existing basins. So this is proposed as much less than 1 total acre of disturbance. So it would not require the erosion control stormwater plan and a DEC permit. But we certainly will accommodate, the drainage patterns and flows off of the new pavements. There is some lighting proposed for the site to kind of get a good new distribution of light. So kind of along the center of these 2 parking areas, in the center of the pavement here on this new loading dock, and in the center of the area where the tractor trailers would be proposed. So those have been designed and pole mounted lighting spec'd out for that. So I guess I'll try not to go too too long-winded, and if there's any questions, I'm here to answer.
Thanks, Chris. Excuse me. Tell us one more time, how many parking spaces are required for this use?
So the maximum shift is 40 employees. So that would be 1.75 spaces for every 2 employees, resulting in a required 35 spaces.
35, okay. And you have 21 in the existing lot, and you're adding an additional 20 for 41.
Yes.
Okay. Are there any members of the public who would like to comment or question this proposal? Are there any commissioners who would like to comment or question on this proposal?
This is bullshit.
Aaron, would you, as a representative of the city, have any commentary or question regarding any of the site planning utilities?
Yeah, so the couple of comments. One, Chris, I appreciate you getting out a revised plan to us. I think the first plan had it was unclear as to what the
Don, I'm going to raise my hand and say something. I'm going to raise it. I'm going to say this is crazy.
Sorry,
Aaron,
Chris.
would you mute iPad 4, please?
Yes, muted. Okay, so yeah, so we had we took a look at this. We had some concerns over the additional pavement. It's been cleared up. I think that DPU is going to have to look at this just to take a look at the additional impervious area. Chris, correct me if I'm wrong, but you are increasing the impervious area on the site. Is that correct?
Yes, it's approximately with the new truck loop, it's about 17 to 18,000 square feet. So again, under the acre, but yes, there is new impervious.
Yeah, so the issue would be that, out here, we are in a CSO is my understanding. And so, the city is going to be interested in reviewing a stormwater report or memo that details the increase in flow to the system, if any. The other thing that Chris mentioned, we are currently doing the South Troy Industrial Road. That's going right past this site, and Chris is correct. They're actually out there this week doing some of the sidewalk work in the vicinity of this project. So we are going to try to coordinate as best we can here this project with that project. So the one thing I will say is that sidewalk will be along East Industrial Parkway there. Which is why, Chris mentioned we'd like to coordinate now rather than later because we don't want to have to rip out all of that brand new sidewalk and curbing to accommodate the new curb cut. That is all I have from the city side of things.
From a much less technical perspective, I would observe that there is an inordinate amount of asphalt on this property. And so understanding the patterns that might be required for large trucks, combined with many employees, I understand that, but to add 20 more spaces on fresh asphalt seems curious when there's already so much asphalt. Is there no way to make up the additional 10 spaces on existing asphalt? Or could you leave off one bank of 10 on that new entrance and parking area?
There is an idea, and the owners were kind of floating some of these, and it was getting kind of down to the wire. Even today, they were still kind of throwing some suggestions out. But I told them, we kind of need to pick a route and see how it's received. But they had mentioned an option here, and actually, so it would kind of disconnect the trucks from this other parking area, from the front parking area, and we could remove the connection from the essentially truck route, if you will, to this parking area, and even get back down to 35 spaces if we remove this pavement and these last 4, 5, or 6 parking spaces. Now, ideally, it's an employee parking lot in the rear with a designated door and a separate parking lot in the front. So I guess the intent would be to still build, but if we're looking to save the amount of new or increased pavement, the savings would be in removing this pavement over here. So that's certainly an option, and we could certainly accommodate that, yes.
So it wouldn't be a net reduction of asphalt, but it would be a significantly smaller addition of new asphalt.
Correct.
Net result. I understand. Dee Dee and Aaron might put it better.
So what is this curb cut, the new curb cut that you're proposing? How wide is that?
So that's a 24-foot driveway, and then with flares on the end, that there, I believe, a 28-foot radius for the tractor trailer truck.
So you have a 24-foot lane width coming up so that the trucks can go one way, but there's one-way truck. So why do you need that wide?
Well, the parking area would be two-way, and then it would neck down after you got out of the parking stalls. And this existing concrete driveway is 15 feet wide. So we would propose to match that width, and this would be the necking down into one lane. I mean, it could actually, we could lose a little bit here as well.
Yeah.
And we could reduce there, and kind of make it one lane, or make more of a radius there. But yes, we could find probably another 500 to 1,000 square feet right here along the edge of that, and make it not two-way right when the parking stalls end.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with the previous comments that this feels like a sea of asphalt. So if you could reduce the parking, and you could, look to shave the lane width, allowing the turn radii, it seems like a lot of convenience versus requirements. Is there any place else that you think that you could shave it?
So I'm kind of circling the two areas.
Right.
This can be 15 feet wide the entire length, and we can remove this and get back to 35, only the required amount. The other two areas, the two areas of new, which is to kind of make a consistent approach to the proposed overhead door. That is really required. And then in order to park the trailers in the back out of the drive lane,
Yep.
of those vehicles leaving those loading docks, this area is required also to kind of get the trailers away from the approach that the truck makes coming in and backing into the loading dock. So these two areas we do feel are required or necessary to function with the the maneuvering of these trucks. And unfortunately, it is a decent maneuver, and you need a lot of space to get in and out, especially if you have 3 or 4. There's 4 loading docks right here, so you potentially have a vehicle in each one.
Yep. I don't have any further comments.
Thanks, Stevie. Suzanne, Barbara, either of you have any comments? I'll take
No.
silence as no. Okay. Well, I think that there is some room for improvement by way of reduction of overall asphalt on the property. There are outstanding issues with engineering that will need to be addressed. I think that we're all glad that a vacant building has the potential to be occupied and functioning. So in general, there's support for the project, but I don't think we're in a place where we can approve the site plan this evening. Andy, do we have responsibility associated with seeker?
On this one, it is an unlisted agency, unlisted action due to the size of the building. So you could declare lead agency this evening. And then I can't think of any identified or involved agencies, so I don't think you'd have to send it out to anybody, but you could declare lead this evening.
Okay, thank you. I will make a motion that the City of Troy Planning Commission serve as lead agency for seeker for this project. Do we have a second? I think Barbara was a second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, 5-0. Motion passes. And then if you, Sarah, it sounded like you maybe didn't want to take any further action, so we would need a motion to table.
Yes, I make a motion to table our review of this project at 3 East Industrial Parkway, noting that the Planning Commission would like to see a reduction of overall asphalt on the property and encourage the applicant to resolve any outstanding engineering coordination.
I second it.
Suzanne Spellin seconds. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 5-0. Motion passed. We will need a motion to adjourn unless anyone has any other business in front of the Planning Commission this evening.
I move to adjourn.
I second it. Barb.
Barbara Higbee seconds. Anthony made the motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
5-0. Meeting adjourned. Good evening, everyone.
Thank you, everybody.
you.
Okay, thanks.
Good
Everyone.
night.
Bye.
Bye.